Good morning, everyone. May we please settle down? Hello, can everyone hear me? Is it audible? Yes. Okay. Good morning, commissioners. Good morning, Deputy Chairperson, commissioners, and the colleagues from the Commission for Gender Equality and our esteemed guests. My name is Kehumoditse Mere. I will be the program director for the day. There's just a couple of announcements that we'd like to make before we start with the legal proceedings of the day. The bathrooms are just outside on your far left. And we just also wanted to indicate that the program will be live streamed. It will be live streamed on our Facebook, our Twitter X, and YouTube. We're also requesting that all cell phones be switched off, alternatively be placed on silent, and to avoid a lot of movement during the proceedings so that we do not interrupt the presenters during the proceedings. The program will run as follows. I'll just do a brief synopsis of how the program of the day will be run. We will first start off with the welcoming, the purpose and mandate of the hearing. We will then read out the Section 12 proceedings that regulate today's hearings. A first presentation will be done by the legal officer of the CGE as an analysis for the Dora Hospital. The oath will be administrated before the presentation for Dora. Questions and responses will then be conducted by our commissioners. And another proceeding will follow in the exact same manner up until lunchtime. Should there be a need for a tea break, same will be announced during the course of the hearing. Without any further ado, I would like to hand over the proceedings of the day, to start the proceedings by handing over to the Deputy Chairperson to proceed with the welcoming.
Thank you very much, Ms. Mire. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and our esteemed guests. I wish to welcome you to this hearing this morning about health issues. Health is one of the most important issues in lives, but specifically to women, the reproductive health is key. And this morning we will be getting into listening to Dora Nginza. Welcome, sir. And we will be hearing and going through this hospital this morning. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Deputy Chairperson Mazibuko. I will then hand over to the Chairperson of the proceedings today, Commissioner van der Merwe, to do the purpose and to outline the purpose of today's proceedings and the mandate of the CGE.
Hello? Okay, maybe you can do the mandates. Thank you colleagues, good morning and welcome to our esteemed guests. I'm Commissioner van der Merwe, National Commissioner with the Commission for Gender Equality in South Africa, assigned to the Eastern Cape Province. So we are welcoming the institutions coming to present today at this meeting. This public health triality in terms of the on-site visits that has been performed by myself and the rest of our team in the Eastern Cape Province. You may know that South Africa is a signatory and has ratified a number of human rights instruments, including the Convention for the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women, the Maputo Protocol, and many others in relation to women's health and well-being. I think you will also agree with me, colleagues, that women carry the unique task and responsibility of populating and developing this nature. So it is very sad to us when we are seeing institutions where the the regard for women's health is is not given the particular attention and resources that it needs. Further to that, there are bilateral organizations such as the WHO, the United Nations Joint Program on HIV and AIDS, as well as UN Women, whose work focuses on women with a focus on sexual and reproductive health and rights. What I've seen in the Eastern Cape in my oversight visits was some of it was very disappointing, and we are hoping to engage on that today so that this issue doesn't just become a checkbox exercise. We want to delve deep into the issues affecting women and women's health more broadly. When one goes to give birth,
Thank you very much, Commissioner van der Merwe, for outlining the purpose of the day. I will then hand over to our acting HOD of Legal Services, Mr. Shipping, to just outline the mandate of the CGE. Thereafter, we'll then open the floor for a round of introductions, which we will then start with our commissioners on the panel. Mr. Shipping, please approach the podium.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Chairperson and colleagues, and our distinguished guests. In respect of, in terms of Section 181 of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa, 1996, it establishes the various Chapter 9 institutions. And in terms of Section 187, it provides that the Commission for Gender Equality must promote respect for gender equality and the protection, development, attainment of gender equality. The CGE is a catalyst for the attainment of gender equality. And Section 187, subsection 2, grants the CGE the powers to regulate, regulated by the national legislation necessary to perform its function, including the powers to monitor, investigate, research, educate, lobby, advise, report on issues concerning gender equality. That is the mandate of the Commission, further provided by the Commission for Gender Equality Act, and the legal process will be outlined as per the agenda. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Shipping. I will then open the floor to a round of introductions. I will hand over to the chairperson of the proceedings.
thank you very. Is this working? It's working, yeah. So, yeah. So, we'll start with the introductions. Yeah. Good morning, colleagues. As previously introduced, this is Commissioner Leanne van der Merwe, a national commission at the Commission for Gender Equality, assigned to the Eastern Cape Province. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Commissioner Nomasonto Mazibuga, Deputy Chair of the Commission.
Good morning and welcome. My name is Ohara Ngoma Diseko, a commissioner at the Commission for Gender Equality. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Dennis Matotok, I'm the acting CEO of the Commission. Thank you.
Good morning. Good morning. I'm Mamelo Matthews, the legal officer for the Western Cape Province.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Notemba Sonjita. I'm the legal officer at the head office.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Noma Afrika Wagashe. I'm the legal officer for the Eastern Cape Province.
Morning, Brad Swanepoel, legal researcher and deputy director in the legal department.
Good morning. I'm Tsietsi Shuping. I'm the acting head of legal department for Gender Equality.
Good morning. I'm Silo Molegwa from the CGE Communications.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for appearing before us this morning. I am Commissioner Advocate Thando Kumete, one of the National Commissioners at the Commission for Gender Equality, and we look forward to your presentations this morning. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. As introduced, my name is Kehumoditse Mere. I am the Gauteng Provincial Legal Officer.
Morning, everyone. I'm Sukiso Raphael Nxiwin, the acting CEO of Dorangens Hospital. Thank you very much.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Sindiswa Gede, the acting HOD Eastern Cape.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Vuyani Mbangeleli, Senior Manager, Legal Services, Department of Health, Eastern Cape.
Thank you for a round of introductions. I will now hand over again to our acting HOD Legal Services, Mr. Tsietsi Shuping, to just outline the Section 12 proceedings that are regulating today's legal proceedings.
Thank you. In terms of Section 12, subsection 4B of the Commission for Gender Equality Act 39 of 1996 as amended, it provides that the Commission may require any person by a notice in writing under the hand of the Commission, addressed and delivered by the Sheriff, to appear before it at a time and place specified in such a notice, and to produce to it specified articles or document in possession or custody or under the control of any such person, provided that a notice shall contain the reasons why such person's presence is needed and why such article or document should be produced. Subsection C provides that the Commission may, through a member of the Commission, administer an oath or take affirmation from any person referred to in paragraph B, or any person present at the place referred to in paragraph B, irrespective of whether such a person has been required under the said paragraph to appear before it and question him or her under oath or affirmation. In terms of Section 12, subsection 5 of the CGE Act, it provides that a person questioned under subsection 4 shall be competent and compellable to answer all questions put to him or her regarding any fact or matter connected with the investigation, shall be compelled to produce to the Commission any article or document in his or her possession or custody under his or her control which may be necessary in connection with that investigation. In terms of section 12, subsection 6, it provides that any person appearing before the Commission may, by virtue of the provision of subsection 4, B and C, may be assisted at such examination by an advocate or attorney or both. Section 18 provides for offenses and penalties. It provides that a person who, without just cause, refuses or fails to comply with a notice under section 12, subsection 4B, refuses to take oath or to take affirmation as requested by the Commission under section 12, or refuses to answer any questions put to him or her under section 12, or refuses to fail or furnish particulars to the Commission required under the section, after having been sworn in, having made affirmation contemplated in section 12, give false evidence before the Commission or any matter knowing such to be false or knowing or believing it to be true, willfully interrupts the proceedings at an investigation or misbehaves in a manner and place where such investigation is held, defames the Commission or a member of the Commission in his or her capacity as a member in connection with any investigation, does anything which, if such investigation were proceeding in a court of law, would constitute contempt of court, the person shall be guilty of an offense and liable to a conviction or a fine or imprisonment for a period not exceeding 6 months. Thank you. That is the process of the proceedings governing today's hearing.
Thank you, Mr. Shipping. The next session will be the presentation and the analysis of Dora Hospital. I'll then ask Ms. Notemba Sonjika to join me at the podium to proceed with the presentation.
A questionnaire was distributed to Dorangiza Hospital before its appearance today, and they did submit the requested information, and I will now do an analysis of the information presented by Dorangiza. Firstly, just to give a brief background regarding these investigative hearings and the rationale thereof. In accordance with the APP plan for 2023-2024, which requires the legal department to hold investigative hearings to monitor and review transformation, the Commission for Gender Equality resolved to engage the Eastern Cape Provincial Department of Health during the 2023 to 2024 financial year, as well as 6 hospitals spanning from the 3 hospital classifications, including district, regional, and tertiary hospitals, in order to determine what gaps and shortcomings exist in terms of providing women's health services in the Eastern Cape across all 3 hospital level classification. The Eastern Cape province, according to Stats SA, showed an increase in maternal mortality in facility ratio between 2019 and 2020. Other provinces showed a decreasing pattern, which is also reflected in the national pattern. In developing the questionnaire, the legal department used the ideal hospital realization framework. The development of the framework is used by the Department of Health as a critical strategy and intervention to facilitate improved health service delivery and strengthen the health system's effectiveness by capacitating hospitals to identify and address key issues. With the questionnaire that we distributed, we had a number of sub-components, and the first sub-component was regarding patient information. With regards to this sub-component, the hospital was requested to provide their scores, their status, and their grading. However, the hospital did not provide their weighting, and their hospital status was indicated as non-compliant. With regards to this sub-component, the hospital was then asked to provide the CGE with evidence of steps and interventions taken to improve all scores in all assessment years for the 3 financial years. The hospital attached their quality improvement plan for 2022 and 2023. When we analyzed the quality improvement plan, this is what we noted. Most of the tasks in the QIP were complete with regards to patient information. But however, the CGE noted that there were measures explored by the hospital, such as organizing patient records in a systematic order, recording all operations registers for patients undergoing surgery, and there were also attempts to have the record and storage archive area to comply with the requirements and organizing patient appointments. With regards to the access to care sub-component, the hospital was asked to provide information regarding their scoring, their grading, and their status. The hospital attached their hospital facility report. However, when the CGE analyzed the report, the CGE was unable to identify which scores were the final scores in respect of the sub-component. So we kindly request that the hospital, when presenting, they clarify their scores. And this is a problem across the information that was submitted. In certain sub-components, the hospital attached their facility reports. However, there was no clear indication which is their final scores, as the commission could not analyze the report. The hospital was asked to indicate their hospital status regarding access to care, and they advised that they were non-compliant and did not specify for which year. When asked for measures taken to improve the scores, the hospital referred to the QIP. The 2022 QIP reflected some measures to increase access to care, measures such as a referral register for patients, remedial action to address resuscitation, and minutes from meetings from previous structures regarding resuscitation. However, the 2023 QIP was silent on access to care. With regards to complaints handling, the hospital was requested to provide the CGE with evidence of a standard operating procedure for management of complaints. The hospital attached their SOP. Similarly with other hospitals, the CGE analyzed the SOP and picked up some issues. The SOP provides for complaints to be submitted verbally and in writing. For complaints submitted verbally, there's a designated official who assists with filing complaints, and in the poster displayed in the SOP, there's a slot detailing who the official is, their contact details, and where they are found. However, the CGE is concerned that complainants who do not know how to read or complainants with disabilities will not be able to exercise their right to complain, because they will have to then inquire from the hospital staff where they can file the complaint, which may lead to further victimization. The policy also provided a list of officials responsible for reviewing complaints and compliments, and includes the terms of reference for such forums. In addition, what we picked up as the CGE in the SOP is that complaints that are under litigation are classified as resolved. It then brings the accuracy of the information submitted into question. However, we do understand that when a complaint is referred for litigation, it is out of the hospital hands. It also then affects the issue of consequence management at the hospital, because issues that are referred for litigation, there is no consequence management whatsoever. The hospital submitted their complaints register for the last 3 financial years, and the following was noted. The CGE noted that there was a high number of complaints regarding staff attitudes for all 3 financial years. There was also a high number of complaints regarding missing patient records for all 3 financial years. There were also a high number of patient care complaints, which included a majority of maternity care complaints. The CGE also noted that patient safety indicator complaints are classified under the category resolution, and the hospital and the CGE would like clarity regarding that. The CGE also noted that a majority of the complaints are resolved within 25 days. However, there are some complaints which remain unresolved. From the registered, the CGE also noted that a few complaints were regarding patients that are turned away from the hospital due to their physical address. And the hospital would like to, the CGE would like the hospital to clarify this issue. From the minutes, the CGE also noted that there is no referral for consequence management for gross misconducts, in particular regarding staff attitudes and patient care complaints. The hospital was further asked to provide the CGE with minutes of the complaints committee that reflect statistical data, including categories of complaint received, as well as indicators for such complaints. What we noted throughout this quality assurance meeting minutes is that there were inconsistencies in terms of the complaints register and the complaints that are discussed at the meetings. The numbers do not tally, which then leads the CGE to assume that not all complaints are recorded in the complaints register. I'll make an example for the 16th of August 2023. The register reflected that 3 complaints were received, but 4 were discussed at the meeting, which then means there's an inconsistency between the register and what is discussed at these meetings. There were also a number of these incidences that we picked up from the register and the minutes. And from the minutes and the registers that were attached, it was unclear how often the Quality Assurance Committee sits. The SOP requires the committee to sit monthly. However, the register did not reflect monthly sittings, nor did it reflect quarterly or bi-weekly meetings. With regards to the clinical governance and clinical care sub-component, specifically with patient health records and management, the hospital was requested to supply their scores, their weighting, and their status. Again, the hospital attached their facility report, and we'd like the hospital to clarify the report with regards to their score. The scores that they had specifically indicated for 2021 was 77.47%, 80.8%, 89.834 for the 2023 financial year. The hospital was asked further whether it had a defined package of services at their hospital, and they answered to the affirmative, citing that they were a regional hospital. However, they did not attach the package. The CGE then referred to the government gazette that was issued on the 2nd of March 2012, in which regional hospitals are supposed to offer the following services. A regional hospital must, on a 24-hour basis, provide healthcare services in the fields of internal medicine, pediatrics, obstetrics, gynecology, and general surgery. Health services in at least one of the following specialties: orthopedic surgery, psychiatry, anesthetics, diagnostic radiology, trauma and emergency services, short-term ventilation in critical care unit, services to a defined regional drainage population, limited to provincial boundaries, and receives referrals from several district hospitals, and where practical, provide training for healthcare service providers. A regional hospital receives outreach and support from tertiary hospitals. A regional hospital has between 200 and 800 beds. The hospital was further asked to what extent does it provide health support services related to women's health. The hospital indicated that they have the following services: obstetrics and gynecology, and a Tutuzela care center. When asked about the difficulties encountered in providing the full scope of services, the hospital cited infrastructure and incomplete decomplexing of Dorangiza and Livingston Hospital. The hospital was asked to provide the percentage of patients reached in relation to catchment population, and the hospital responded by providing the Nelson Mandela Health District, hospital district population, which is 1,214,324. However, it did not indicate of that population what is their catchment. The hospital was asked to provide the scores with regards to the above. However, the hospital indicated that this category was not applicable, and no interventions were provided with regards to this subcomponent. With regards to referrals and the monitoring of referrals, the hospital was asked whether they had a defined referral pathway at the hospital, and they responded to the affirmative, and they provided the SOP for referrals. When we analyzed the SOP, the following was noted. The referral policy included provisions for referral from primary health care clinics, community health care clinics, and referrals from level 1 hospitals to level 2 hospitals. The policy made provision for accident and emergency referrals and provides that for such cases, DORA is to direct the ambulance to Livingston Hospital. Referrals to clinics were made for non-emergency cases, and for level 2 referrals, patients who require for patients who require immediate treatment but cannot be classified as emergency or specialist treatment. The policy also made provisions for internal or departmental referrals. The policy did not list the hospital it is permitted to receive referrals from or the hospital it refers to. Only Livingston was mentioned for accident and emergency referrals. With regards to this subcomponent, the hospital was requested to provide their scores in terms of the ideal hospital framework. With regards to interventions to improve the scores, the hospital referred the CGE to their quality improvement plan, which was silent on referrals. The hospital did not respond to the question regarding the standard operating procedures for hospital closures and ambulance diverts. With regards to clinical guidelines and protocols, the hospital was requested to provide their maternity and neonatal reviews. The hospital attached minutes of their perinatal minutes for a meeting held on the 12th of September 2023 and on the 3rd of October 2023, where only 2 cases were discussed for each month, and this did not give the CGE a full picture of maternity and neonatal reviews for all financial years. With regards to the maternity mortality in facility ratio, the hospital provided an infographic. The infographic showed that there was a decrease in maternal mortality from 2020 to 2023. Regarding neonatal and early neonatal death in facility ratio, the hospital provided an infographic which showed an increase in both early neonatal and neonatal deaths at the hospital. The hospital is then requested to list factors that have contributed to the increase and what measures and interventions have been explored with this regard. With regards to delivery between the ages of 10 to 19 years in facility rate at the hospital, an infographic was provided. The infographic showed an increase in delivery for the age 10 to 19 years at the hospital. I'll now get into our second category of questions regarding HR-related information and workforce information. The hospital provided disaggregated data in respect of their workforce, and the following was noted. The CGE noted that there is representation of persons with disabilities at top and senior management at the hospital. However, there was generally a low representation of males. The CGE has noted at lower levels there's a high representation of male foreign nationals, and there's generally no representation of men and women. However, with the workforce information that was provided, it was contradicted with the list that the hospital had attached with regards to critical positions. The number was too high and the workforce information was too low, so it did not tally with the information provided for critical posts. So we can only assume that the hospital did not understand what it had to do in terms of filling the workforce information with regard. So we question the accuracy of the workforce information provided. As mentioned in the previous slide, the CGE requested the hospital to provide evidence that critical management positions have been filled, and the hospital provided a list of critical positions which have been filled, including the heads of clinical managers, assistant directors, deputy directors, assistant managers, and support services. This is where we picked up the contradictory information regarding the workforce, which would like the hospital to clarify. With regards to their sexual harassment policy, the hospital was asked whether they had this policy, and if so, they were asked for copies of that policy. The policy is standard for the Department of Health in the Eastern Cape, and all hospitals have the same policy. But what was interesting to note with regards to Dorangiza is that they did not provide the full policy. Certain parts of the policies were blacked out. However, we already had the policy because Frey Hospital had provided us with the policy. So from the observation made at Frey Hospital regarding their sexual harassment policy, the same observations are made here. However, it would be interesting to know why section parts of the sexual harassment policy were blacked out by the hospital. The hospital was asked whether they had strategies outlined to address specific health needs of vulnerable and marginalized groups, and they listed the following measures. They had Tutuzela care centers and infrastructural needs. The hospital was asked further whether they had implemented measures to accommodate the needs of persons with disabilities in the field of maternity care, and they responded to the affirmative but did not mention how they accommodated persons with disabilities. So we'd like the hospital to clarify also with regards to that. Regarding accessibility, the hospital was asked how accessibility is addressed in relation to the population distribution in rural and urban areas and in relation to persons with disabilities. The hospital listed the below measures: visibility of direction boards, information desk, and services boards. However, this does not sufficiently speak to what the CGE requested regarding the population from rural and urban areas and persons with disabilities. The hospital was asked how a rural clinic refers patients to a district or provincial hospital, and they advised through referral letters and use of telephones. When asked whether the referral system was capable of handling emergency or urgent cases, the hospital answered to the affirmative. However, it would also be interesting to note if there are any challenges with regards to EMS and reaching these remote areas. The hospital was asked in relation to gender norms, roles and relationships, and gender equality, whether they were recognized as barriers to good health when planning, and they just answered no without elaborating. In conclusion, the CGE has noted a number of complaints in relation to patient care, missing records, staff attitude, patient safety. The CGE has also noted the contradictions between the complaint registers and the measures explored to address complaints. For example, there's no training needs suggested or permanent solutions to deal with missing records, and also there is no consequence management. The CGE is also concerned about the increase in early neonatal and neonatal deaths at the hospital, which contribute to the overall statistics from the Eastern Cape. The CGE would like to engage the hospital in challenges it faces so as to develop systems and measures to reduce these neonatal deaths. Just to add before I conclude, as our commissioner indicated, they had done inspections at the hospital, and these are the issues that they picked up when they did the inspections. The building was not well maintained, the roof was leaking and the ceiling. There was no proper ventilation in the labor wards. This led to infections in the neonatal and NICU units. There was dust in air conditioners. Certain areas at the hospital were not utilized due to staff shortage. Even though the hospital is overcrowded and overwhelmed, certain areas are not used due to staff shortages. The door in the neonatal wards do not properly close, and this could lead to airborne viruses. The commissioners and their delegation also noted that there was overcrowding at Dorangiza. Thank you. That concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Ms. Sonjika, for the presentation. The next item to follow will be the administration of the oath, as well as presentation by Dora Hospital. Before we administrate the oath and I hand over to Mr. Swanepoel, may I kindly ask the CEO of Dora to please join me at the podium for the administration of the oath. Please also bring along your laptop so that we can connect it for the presentation thereafter. Mr. Sanupu, you may proceed with the taking of the oath.
My name is Zukiso Raphael Ngwin. An oath.
Please repeat after me.
I, Zukiso Ngwin,
Do hereby make oath and state.
hereby make oath and state
I know and understand consent to the declaration I'm about to make.
I know and consent to the declaration that I'm about to make.
I have no objections to taking the prescribed oath.
I've got no objection to taking the prescribed oath.
I consider the prescribed oath
I consider the prescribed oath
to be binding on my conscience.
to be binding on my conscience.
Please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I swear
I swear
that the contents
that the contents
of the declaration I'm about to make
of the declaration that I'm about to make
are true,
are true,
so help me God.
so help me God.
I confirm the deponent has been duly sworn in.
Thank you for that. Before I hand over to the CEO of Dar Hospital, we've noticed that a delegate has also joined the proceeding. We'd just like you to introduce yourself for purposes of placing yourself on record.
Thank you very much. I'm Bafana Msibi. I'm the Chief Director for Quality Assurance in Hospital Services in the Eastern Cape. I am Bafana Msibi, the Chief Director for Quality Assurance and Hospital Services in the Eastern Cape.
Thank you for the introduction. Okay, CEO, you may proceed with your presentation.
Morning, everyone. Morning to the morning, everyone. Morning to the commissioners and the people on in the room. Firstly, I must really state my name again. I'm Zukiso Raphael Ngweni, and a medical practitioner by training. I'm currently an acting CEO of Doranginza, started on the 15th of January this year. Also, I must make an apology that our presentation received yourself a bit later than it was expected. Can I zoom now to the presentation that we're about to present? And I must make mention before that, I must make mention before I present Doranginza. Doranginza was classified as a complex with Livingston Hospital. There were areas that were not decomplex from Doranginza. Hence, Doranginza now has got a regional component which is not fulfilled, and also has got a tertiary element, maternity and pediatrics in the whole Western District are done at Doranginza Hospital. The orthopedics currently is still at Livingston Hospital, so we are not yet a fully complement, but we are working on it currently at the moment with the current administration. So I just wanted to highlight that particular one so that we can see when we look at the referral patterns and then also look at the neonatal at the end that was servicing Nelson Mandela and also Sarah Baartman district as Doranginza Hospital. Let me go now to the presentation that I'm about to make. When we look at the patient information, what we have realized in this particular one was in 2021 was not clustered in accordance to 2022 and 2023. So which means the information for 2021 was a bit haphazard when I look and analyze this particular information. But I will zoom in now in terms of 2022 and 2023. If the commission can allow me to do that. So what we did here is really look at what elements are we currently being asked. And when we look at the elements that were currently being asked, we look at the elements of patient rights and patient information in the different categories. That is the directorate within the hospital. When you look at A&E, which is accident and emergencies, you find that the patient information is 80% in that particular one. Yes, we might be doing fine, but what we're striving is to reach at least 95 to even 100% in terms of information that we are giving to our clients. This particular problem, also in terms of patient information, because we are bombarded with so many patients that are coming from Sarah Baartman and also from Nelson Mandela. And then when you look at the component of the CO, it was 71.4, which is a bit moderate in terms of the information that we need to give to the patient. But remember, what we are currently doing in Doranginza, we are zooming into the patient. Our approach is patient-based. So the CO's office is more of administration, but we do give information. That's why now it's about 71%, but we need to improve in that particular one. When you see now in the clinical services, you will see that it's 62 in terms of the patient rights, but it's not clearly defined there in the patient information. I think perhaps it was an error in that particular one. But in the next section, if we're called to, in terms of submission, we'll do that. And then you look at the diagnostic images, that is the X-ray. The information is 100%, so we are compliant. And then looking at also on the different categories, we do comply. But now we were addressing only that particular one of the patient information. That's why we zoom into those elements, which the 2021 could not clearly give us a clear direction in terms of what we're doing. Now we go straight now to 2023. That is this year. If you find out now here in 2023 in terms of the information, you found that A&E, because you see there are measures that we have put in terms of accident and emergency. That's why now you find that there's 100%, there's triaging, there's patient information, because currently the provincial department have actually helped us in terms of giving us these particular clerks so that we can be able to give information to our patients. And you can actually see now that in the CO's portion in terms of patient information, it was 100%, because what I've realized is giving information from the leadership perspective so that it can be disseminated to the land or to the lower categories. And then our clinical manager is actually improved, because the reason why it have improved is because we were not having a senior medical clinical manager. So at this current moment, we do have an acting one. So there are intervention in that particular space. So that's why you find that there is a little bit of improvement. So, but we'll keep on doing that particular one. So we zoom here based on information that is given to the patient in relation to the question that was asked. Can I? All right. Now, I think the illustration in the next one is the same as that particular one, what we have actually highlighted in those annexures. So, but the hospital was a non-compliant in this particular aspect, because we needed to be 100% above 75, so it's in terms of information. In actual fact, we needed to be 100% in terms of giving information, but we will improve as time goes by. Now, what we have realized in terms of that quality improvement plans is Toranginza is bombarded with a lot of complaints. The reason why there's a lot of complaints is because we are actually not servicing Nelson Mandela. We're also servicing Sarah Batman, another district. So now what actually happened is these complaints, sometimes they don't come to the hospital. We happen to hear from the province or from social media. But we do address with them because we've got a quality improvement plan. Yes, our scores in terms of when we look at the attitudes as you stipulated, and the filing records and maternity records, the problem that we are currently having in the institution is infrastructural, because Toranginza is quite huge, but with a lot of areas that have not yet been developed in terms of the infrastructure. But what we have done is, through the province, there is a plan to do infrastructural changes, and I think it's going to be starting now in February. That is this current Lando 2024. So we are really looking at that particular one so that we can address those particular problems, especially when you talk about patient records, so that we can have a dedicated area where we can file these particular problems. Now, when you deliberated in terms of the consequence management, in terms of those particular areas where you said there was a problem of staff attitude, we are seriously addressing that particular problem. It's a problem in our institution, and the area that we are currently in. You see, we are in the area where the informal settlements and all of that, but we are addressing to the employees. In fact, what we have actually have highlighted in this particular narrative is to really look at our staff morale, because some of them are saying they are overworked, they're overburdened by the patients that are coming in here. But we are currently addressing those particular problems, and we are finding some solution as we are moving on. Okay. Pardon me, I'm short-sighted. Short-sighted, it means I can be able to see here with my eyes. I can't see with the spectacles. Now, when you look at an illustration of those particular 3 years, and we zoom based on the access to care. When we look at 2022, we look at the A&E, which was at 85.8%, which was relatively good, but we need to, because the problem that we're having in Torangisa is more of structural, because we don't have a casualty that is adequate for these particular patients. So access sometimes becomes very difficult, but what we have done is to put a triaging area where we triage those particular patients as they are coming in, because our accident and emergency as it during November and December is just bombarded with so many patients. And then we look at the other area that we sort of put an emphasis was the high care. Because remember, patients when they are coming, the only thing that the patient would want is you come to the hospital, you are treated, if you need to be diverted to high care, diverted, and you go home. So ours is based on the needs of the patient. And then when you look at the maternity, it's 90%. This one is actually it's actually have improved significantly, because remember, as you will know, that there were areas in the newspapers that there were patients that were sleeping on the floor. I know you know that. And what we have done is to engage with Livingston to say, let's begin to open a level 1 maternity area. Because remember, with Toranginza, we're taking PHC patients, we're taking level 1, level 2, and level 3. And then all these particular referral are coming from Nelson Mandela and Sarah Baartman, which is vast. In pediatrics, we're quietly doing fine. The reason why we're doing fine there is because we have got specialized neonatal nurses that we have currently employed. So we're doing fine in that particular space. And then can I go down now? When you look at 2023 access of care, you will see now that the A&E is 100%. And the reason why is 100% because the clinical manager that is acting now was heading that particular space in terms of casualty. So he's working well with the A&E at this particular moment. And then, but now, you see now you find that there's clinical manager, then it says 50.58. It's because the reason why it's dropped a little bit is because you've got a dual purpose now to say, in terms of clinical management, access to care in the office space or whether in the casualty, where is actually needed the most. That's why you find that there in E&E is 100% because we're patient-centered. And then when you look now, also with intensive care and maternity, you'll find that it's 100% because we've actually have produced a specialist now at the current moment to the leadership of Professor Mabenge. And the unit is actually run currently fine at the current moment. But we are not lying down, as we know it can change. So, and then also when you look at the mental health care unit, the mental health unit in the province and also around the country is actually a very serious problem, because you find that even the A&E that is in the casualty, you are bombarded of patients that will stay there more than 72 hours because the beds are full. It's actually said it's Mbulawa. It's not you. One of the commissioners, when he came there, he said, "Are you killing patients here?" We say, "No, it was a name of a doctor that was there. That was Mbulawa." So that's why that particular one, because he was working there, because they've asked us that. And also 72 hours is always full. But all what I'm saying is, in Nelson Mandela as a whole has got a problem of drug abuse, which we need to address now, not in terms of the health, but in terms of intersectoral intervention within the land or within the metro. And then you see in the outpatient, we have improved quite significantly with 100%, because I think it also revolve in terms of the clinical manager who's actually in the patient space whenever is needed. Now, but now the problem of when we are doing these particular narratives, it stipulates and give us a score that probably we can't reach. That's why now it will remain to say non-compliant. But in terms of the service and in terms of the care to the patient, we've actually have done well at this present moment, looking at the challenges that we are currently having. I may not bore you with those improvement plans because it has been stipulated and clearly defined. Now, we are looking now at the standard operation plan in terms of the complaints. As I've alluded, that the complaints might be coming from different angles, and then, but usually what we normally would do, we'll want to resolve those complaints with 25 days. But the challenge that we are currently having is other complaints when they reach within the institution. It takes a bit of a long time, because when you've got a complaint of maternal mortality, or when you've got a complaint of a neonatal that have died in the hospital, so we need to have an investigation, because remember, referral pattern here too is not only the district hospital that are surrounding Nelson Mandela, is also from Sarah Patman. So you find that the patients are referred very late. So we have to investigate this particular thing, and then it takes a bit of a long time. But those ones that we solve within our boundaries, it's quite very, very easy. Like for instance, I wanted to go to casualty, there was not a doctor, and then we addressed that particular one within a short space of time. So I think the problem with this particular one is our referral pattern, which is coming to our hospital. That is the current problem at this current moment. Complaints register is stipulated, is being attached there. Now, I need to emphasize this particular one. When I joined Toranginsa, systems were not actually relatively in place. So, but we do have our monthly a diary in terms of what we want to do. Every month, the quality improvement plan are being discussed. But now I think the problem with us is probably to collect all that particular information and give it to the Gender Equity Lando Committee. All right. Okay, just Lando explain that 25 days in terms of that complaints minutes. Also, you noted when you said the complaints meeting did not sit constantly. Yes, I do agree, it did not sit constantly, because you see, we had a very prolonged problem in terms of unrest in Torangins. So we had to resolve those particular things because they were more on the maternity and pediatric. So that's why you find that there is gap in terms of the minutes that they are sitting, because management have to constantly take decision, management have to constantly ask province to come and assist us, and also the head office have actually come to us for I think 2 times. They came in October, which was not here, they came in this year, and they're still coming back. So it means there are problems within the metro that we need to solve collectively with the land or with the provincial department. Then, can I have water, man? I'm a bit thirsty now. All right. I think the other one that you said in our reporting was not to report in terms of the subcategories. This is just an illustration of the divisions that I've already alluded to in the previous slide. It's just to show what is actually happening, our achieving, what is our percentage in terms of the different directorate. Okay, and this one also is an illustration of also in the different financial years in terms of the different directorate. So it's the same as that one, but you'll see that there is some slight improvement in different departments. In the ideal status scoring, when you look at that particular one, in 2021 it was 77%. Then 2022 it was 80, and then this current year is at 89. But still we are not compliant. And the reason why we are not compliant in this particular space was the non-negotiables that we are working with the province in terms of the emergency trays, in terms of the equipment that we need to have, but we are currently working with them. That is the reason why, because look at that particular, you'll see that the score is 89, which is quite good, but when you look at the essentials, then we failed in that particular one. But we'll improve as we go along, because now we are approaching this concept of, say, one district, one plan. So working together with Nelson Mandela, the PHC, together with Utorangenza and Livingston at this current moment. So you'll find myself referring always to Livingston, because we are still sharing some of the land of the departments. And then when you were saying, you said, look, in terms of your organogram is not quite clear. Is the reason why it's not quite clear because remember, tertiary services are at Livingston. So which means that some of the clinical head of department are employed against Livingston, not in Dora. I don't know whether you get me this one. You find a specialist, but in the organogram is not there, but is in Livingston because it was complex. And then when the pediatrics and maternity moved all to Torangenza, all the specialists moved to Torangenza. So the organogram is not talking to what currently the Torangenza is currently doing. But we are rationalizing these particular services with the help of the province and also with the help of the department. Because what we actually would say, decomplexing, fine, it must happen. But it needs to have a step approach, because it's financial, moving patients, making sure that the areas that we're going to be moving is actually fine. Because remember, Itoranginza, as it stands, the pediatric area in terms of high care is one of the best in the country at this particular moment. So that moving of infrastructure is going to affect our patient because we believe in patient-centered approach. Below is an clinical manager in terms of the overall grading, which was satisfactory, was 2022, and then 2023 was good. If you look now back to those particular elementary things that we've submitted, you'll find that, yes, there are quite serious problems in terms of how we govern these particular areas. But you can see now the reason why we're saying satisfactory, it means at least we're doing something. That means that what we're saying is good is because there's an acting senior clinical manager that is actually seeing to the patient's problems. Then you go here, ne? It says 2021. Average scoring in terms of the clinical manager was 61. At that particular time, the reason why it was moderate, it was because there was still a clinical manager in that particular space. And 2022, relatively it increased, but it will not show much because I think he left in October, November. Then when she left, and then now we had to groom in a clinical manager, and we found out in this current year, that is 2023, we were quite doing fine in that particular space because we believe that when there's leadership, at least there is going to be a strategic change and improvement. Now, they always give us this particular silver, unsatisfactory. The reason why I say unsatisfactory, it goes in exactly to those non-negotiable. It's not other areas that you will find in the hospital. It's the non-negotiable that actually will take down as an institution, but we are working in terms of intervention, that particular one. Quality improvement plan has been illustrated as in those particular documents upward. Yes, we indicated that the level of care is offered at Koranginza, yes. We also, in terms of the gazette, we said we were a regional hospital. Yes, we are a regional hospital, but with the component of a tertiary services. So I'm leaving it to you, commissioners. Now, you go to the gender now. Our facility, when it relates to women's health, we're the only one that is doing obstetrics and gynecology in terms of the tertiary service. We're the only one that is doing, when we go now to the PEDS, that is doing in the Western District in terms of the services. Itutuzela Care Center. The fortunate part is bombarded with a lot of gender-based violence patients. If I can give you, it's not there, stats, so that you can clearly have a clear problematic area that is called Bebeja. But if you look at January, I'm just taking January this year, 2023. Sexual assault cases, HIV negative. And then we put post-exposure prophylaxis. We're at 36. And then the other cases, the new cases, were at 81. If you come to February, those ones that were negative, put on prophylaxis, 29. And then when you look there, the new cases, 67. If you go to March 2023, those who are negative is 31, and those that are new cases is 54. So it goes down, but I'll start give the information. But in totality, in terms of the patients from January to November, current this year, those ones that have been negative and put on prophylaxis were sitting at 358. And those were the new cases in totality were sitting at 748, which is quite a lot. So there must be something wrong within our society that we need to address, not only as Department of Health, but also as partners in our areas of work. So that is the picture of the Tutuzela. I know that you know the case of Motherwell Health Center. That one I know you know, but what actually would happen is Tutuzela Center, at this current moment, all these particular areas, they refer to Torangans. That's why you find that the stats that I'm presenting here is actually very huge. And there's something wrong, and there's something that we need to look at in terms of how we manage this particular one. The difficulties of the service in terms of our full scope of services, as I was illustrating and saying to the committee, Doranginza and Livingston are not yet fully decomplexed. It's a problem, and it needs some great ideas, and it's going to take a bit of a long time. But the only thing that we need to, we're striving at this particular moment is always that we treat patient and become patient-centered approach in terms of our areas of work. The population is not yet clear, this one, because we're looking only at Nelson Mandela, but our referral pattern is also Nelson Mandela and Sarah Bartman. So it's a combination in terms of the population, it's a combination of Nelson Mandela and also of Sarah Bartman. Demarcation is making it very difficult because you find that a demarcated area which is very far from Toranginza come to Toranginza. And then you find that all the maternity cases, complicated one, come to Toranginza. And then the system become flooded. But we are working on that particular one because we, as I've illustrated, that we have also make availability of level 1 at Livingston Hospital at Provincial. So we are doing fine because when I came in, we were sitting at about 78 cesarean section that needed to be done. But at this current moment, because we've opened up a theater, we've employed people for anesthesia, and then we've employed also people from ONG, that is the medical officers. Currently, we're ranging about 3 to 4 that are waiting. So we have improved a lot in terms of that particular one. All right. I think the referrals, the referral pathway, yes, is there. But now the problem is, if a patient is referred from Motherwell Health Center, we have to take that patient at any given time. If a patient is referred from Sarah Bartman, one of the district hospitals, we have to take. But what we have actually have done, I think it was 2 weeks ago, we actually are formulating a clinical forum where we will look at this particular intervention in terms of our referral pattern. But what we we've said to the clinicians that no patient must be turned back. So it's a work in progress, and then it's just an illustration of what we currently are based in terms of the referral policy. Those other one are those ones that we've highlighted there that are in those annexures. All right. All right. And the clinical guidelines and the protocols. We are currently developing these clinical guidelines and protocols. Some of them are not yet there because the clinical manager has actually taken that particular space. I think it started 3 months ago, 4 months ago. So that's why we need now to really look in these clinical guidelines and protocols, working together as Nelson Mandela municipality and also Sarah Batman with these clinical forums that we are currently developing. All right. We go now to the interest for us at this particular time is to really look at the maternity, pediatric, and high care obstetrics. I think those are the key areas when we need to look in terms of mother and child care. The grading from maternity 2021 was at 71%. And then in 2022, it was at 89. And then here now in 2023 is 84. And the reason of that variance is because we were bombarded in the new year, that is March, April, with a lot of problems because we found that the maternity area was overflowing. Then with the intervention of the province, we sat down, we streamlined, and then I think we are currently in the right path. In the pediatric area, when you look at those neonatal death and early neonatal, you go to pediatric, you find that in 2021, it was 91%, 2022, 90.8, which is a bit of variance, and then in 2023, it was 96. The reason why it was 96 is because there was actually employment in this particular category in terms of the care to the children. High care obstetrics has actually have improved, where we were at 79%. In 2022, we're 92, a little bit of drop in 2023. And the reason why we dropped in 2023, it was a lot of unrest in 2023, especially in the beginning of the year. Quality improvement plans in terms of what we need to improve in those particular areas. Remember, there's these gatherings that committees that they sit in and seriously look in the areas where we need improvement, in the areas where we need to do quality improvement plans in terms of how we manage this particular patient. Sometimes it's very difficult because of the capacity that we are currently doing as the institution. So now those particular meetings, they will sit now in terms of what rounds and then in terms of what are the intervention, and then don't sit now in the PIP, as we call in the PIP, because of these particular challenges. But we are making strides so that we can be able to really look at that particular space. Now, in terms of maternal mortality, as an institution, we really have dropped in terms of the death in the institution because of the intervention that we have currently done, because of the theater that we have actually opened, because of the quick cesarean section that we are currently doing. And then that's why you find that there is a lot of decrease. But remember, the neonatal death and also the maternity death are not really with sitting with Doranginza are actually the late referral from the district hospital and also from the primary health care. Okay. All right. Okay, as illustrated there, you find that the neonatal is still a challenge because of those referral problems in terms of the late referral from the district and also from the PHC. Yes, it also would illustrate in this particular one exactly what is happening. But what we have found out also from the, which is a major concern, especially when you look at Nelson Mandela, is the number of pregnancies in terms of the children in the locality. But we are currently addressing it with the heads of departments from the PHC. Organogram, I said, it's not clear in terms of what we want to achieve as an institution, but we are working with that particular one. So all the other ones that the employees that we have actually have done in terms of the charges, we're still investigating those particular ones. It's a serious challenge with that one. Yes, infrastructurally, I've alluded to the infrastructure, I've alluded to the referral patterns and how we do in terms of how we receive these particular complaints. And then I think I try to zoom and I try to little bit look at those particular areas that we're concerned with. The EMS is close to our side, so we don't have a problem when we want to refer critical patients. And then I think infrastructural, I said there's minor infrastructural plan that is going to happen within our institution. So at this current moment, Chair, this is what I can put forward, and then thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, CEO of Dora Hospital. I will now hand over the session to the chairperson of the proceedings to conduct the question and response session as well as reflections.
Thank you very much, Ms. Mayre. Thank you also to Dr. Nleweni, the CEO of Dora Nginza Hospital. I will now take the first round of questions from the commissioners, after which I will provide reflections and questions from the CEO, as well as the rest of the team. Colleagues, let me see by show of hands your questions for the CEO. I've noted you, Commissioner Ngoma Tiseko, Com Mazibuko, as well as Com Kumete, in that order. Thank you very much, colleagues.
Thank you very much. Good morning, CEO, and thank you for your presentation. I have a number of questions, but I want to start with where you started. When you opened, you explained to us, I don't know what you said, Doran, I keep want to say Nzinga. Dora Hospital in Ginza. Hospital, there's a process here, D-complex. I'm not quite sure, but I guess it relates to unbundling and matters of restructuring, and is that correct? Yeah? Okay. And you are saying, when you say it as a first statement that you put forward, one assumes that it is causing problems, etc., which I would like you to share with the Commission. You further said that you spoke about the organogram. You said it's still underway, and then the organogram, sometimes the specialists are at Livingston, but they must also serve Dora. Yeah. So I think of interest for us is who is actually accountable for that process, and when will it be finalized? Because I'm assuming that the fact that that is the first thing that you share with the commissioners, with the commission, it means that it is actually an impediment to perhaps a better service delivery, right? And if we understand the Eastern Cape broadly, and if we understand Gqeberha, it's in Gqeberha all the time, where it is, we know the state there, and therefore the impact on women, women and population generally that requires that service. So I'd like you to enlighten us on that matter, and specifically, why is the process not being completed? Who is accountable for the process, and when is it anticipated that it will be completed? That's on that matter. And then you also spoke about, when you spoke about, I think we are also interested in what are the implications for your workforce? Because according to the analysis, the workforce information submitted and inclusive of all, is it inclusive of all employees? We would like to know. We note that there is a representation of persons with disability at top level, but not on other levels. But and also that the hospital submitted a list of essential posts that have been filled. And the position listed there, including the number of employees, does not tally with the workforce information. We would like you to clarify on that matter. And also, one of the complaints that have been listed as prevalent, as common, is the question of complaints against staff. Why is that? And you also said that the staff, there are issues of motivation. They are demoralized because they are overworked. Why are they overworked? Is it because of vacancies that are not filled? And if it is because of that vacancies that are not filled, why are the vacancies not filled? And who is responsible and accountable for ensuring full capacity of the institution? And if there are issues of moratorium, we would like to know if it is affecting the hospital and how it is affecting the hospital. I think on the issue of, you spoke about, you are dealing with the issue of demoralized staff. We would like to know how you are dealing with that and whether it is having an impact. We would like to know on that. I think I will pause on that matters of that we would like clarification on. Thank you very much. Let me pause there. Thank you.
Good morning again, CEO. Thank you very much for your presentation. CEO, I will just go into our questions, but to start, I just want you to explain. When you started, you said, Dorangiza is huge. Then the second comment was that it's having a low moral staff. Those two things go together. And then my question is, how does the hospital accommodate persons with disabilities with regards to the maternity health care? And CEO, I would like you to just to know and note that when I talk about disability, I talk of a number of disabilities. Mental health, the different impairments, hearing, vision, and all of the issues. How do you deal with it? And I will tally it with this to say, does the hospital have a system in place to assist disabled and illiterate patients to understand the official capacitation considering the risk of the decorum of the hospital? And then secondly, I hear and not understand. I would like you to explain to us to say, you say there's Sarah Batman, I don't know whether it's a hospital or it's a district or it's a municipality. Then the Livingston Hospital and Doranginza, it's one, but I don't understand which patients are taken where. That will tally with my question that says, why does the hospital refuse to assist patients and turn them away specifically of their physical addresses? Because in that situation, I find if they were, I don't know, Commissioner van der Merwe will help me here. They are around Sarah apartment, but they want to come to Livingston, and they are turned away from Livingston, and they are on their way to Dora. And in the interim, we get patients demotivated or even death. So with the illiteracy and the disability of the people, they don't understand. My last question is to say, it's the one that I say, referral of patients to the different hospitals or clinics. I would like to know that, does your hospital receive referrals? Because it's referrals, and because I don't want to give out my age, is the bed letter still in the referrals? Because their information is lost. This patient is being transferred from this, and patients don't understand. That's why I'm saying, to a patient that is illiterate or with a visual impairment, does not understand, or who has a hearing impairment, that does not have an interpreter to say, why are you turned away? And specifically to women who are pregnant, a number of women are refused treatment because they don't understand. They should have gone to a clinic, or they should have gone back to Livingston. And I'm not sure, in your presentation, you speak about Sarah Batman. Which hospital or clinic is that? Thank you.
Thank you very much, DC. Komkumede.
Thank you so much, Chairperson of the session. Good morning once again, and thank you, Dr. Ngweni, for your presentation this morning. I do, however, I want to be, very honest about some of the elements of the presentation that I found a little bit concerning. In particular, just your attitude and your engagement insofar as complaints are concerned. It's not a secret, it's out there, it's at the South African Human Rights Commission that this hospital has been tagged as one of the horror hospitals in South Africa. And I don't want to go into detail about that report and that because it is under review at another Chapter 9 institution for further deliberation and engagement. But I then find it a bit of a cop-out for you to say that, you know, the main reason for the complaints comes as a result of decomplexing and the infrastructure. Because as a matter of fact, that is not the only reason why there's a complaint. In fact, I want to turn your attention to something that you said, that you had mentioned the fact that people submit their complaints and you find out from province, you said even social media, and I'm happy that you have shown some type of awareness of the fact that there are different mechanisms that people have used to ventilate their frustration with your institution. And I'm saying this particularly because I'm not sure if you are aware that there is an entire Facebook page that is dedicated to your hospital. And the Facebook page is called Dorangenza is the Worst Hospital, with over 6,000 followers. And it says that it is for the mistreatment by the staff of Ndorangenza Hospital. So this isn't even about, these over 6,000 people are not here to discuss the infrastructure. They are discussing how they are experiencing the treatment from your staff. And they say here, which can be anything from verbal abuse to physical abuse, including mistreatment. They've even gone so far as to encourage people to name the nurse and the doctor or the clerk and the security guards, take a picture and to post it and to submit it. And people have been active on this page up until now, since 2021 up until now. And so for me, I'm not willing to demonize these over 6,000 people and say, you know, these are infrastructure issues. These are not just infrastructure issues. There's an issue of attitude, there's an issue of values, and it's something that you as the leader of the institution are responsible for addressing. It's a low-hanging fruit that has very little to do with things that come from province or other leaders who are above you. So my next question then becomes, are you aware of these complaints? Are you aware of this page? Are you aware of other similar complaints? And what have been the outcomes of the investigation? Because I would like to think, in fact, I know that you are supposed to be investigating and looking into it. What has been the consequence of all of the people that have been named here, the clinicians and the practitioners at your hospital who've been named? What was the process and the procedure, and what has been the consequences of that? My penultimate question is, I'm sure that you are aware that the Department of Health has a 5-year strategic plan. They've also got their APP and annual reports with specific programs that deal with women, youth, children, persons with disabilities, etc. And so my question specifically relates to, do you as the leader of the institution believe that you are capacitated, trained, and well-versed in access to healthcare for the LGBTQIA+ community, as well as the youth, and finally persons with disabilities? And I'm not asking you about the programs and the interventions. I'm saying, have you been trained? Are you adequately knowledgeable? And just be honest about the gaps, if there are any, insofar as that is concerned. And then from a sexual and reproductive health and rights perspective, again, looking at this 5-year strategy of the department, the National Department of Health, what are you practically doing as a hospital to ensure that you are LGBTQIA+ friendly as well as youth friendly? And then my ultimate question pertains to sexual harassment and abuse. So as you know, in fact, you even mentioned it yourself, how much gender-based violence and femicide is such an issue in our country. You even spoke about the gargantuan volumes that you normally have to deal with, and that it is in fact a social ill. But being a clinician yourself and then also being in the space, you are very well positioned because the public health sector are critical for fighting gender-based violence and femicide in society. In fact, you have something called the public health approach, which leverages on the learnings and the teachings from the public health sector. And so my question then is, and this is a procedural question, please. It's very factual. It's not something that needs to be thought about, because you ought to have these in place. What is the procedure for when a clinician has been found to be abusive or engages in any kind of misconduct, especially something along the lines of a sexual harassment misconduct at the workplace? Number two, what is the procedure for a suspected case of child rape that presents itself at your institution? Thank you very much.
Thank you. You have a follow-up? No. Oh, thank you very much, Commissioner Kumede. Also, just to thank you, CEO, for presenting. Just a couple of comments and one question. One, your data was presented very poorly. I really feel that more effort could have gone into giving us the data, creating visuals, as the other hospitals has done, for us to engage with, to ensure, that we really understand, because the way that it was presented was not particularly exciting or enticing. The other thing is that you presented your scores, and we looked at the figures that you presented, and as you presented each of the different scores, you kept saying, but it will improve as time goes by, or as time passes, this will improve or that will improve. CEO, we are not at a moment in our country where we could be philosophical or ideological. We need things to be done concretely on the ground, as in yesterday. We cannot, CEO, pin our hopes on interventions of time will fix this and time will fix that. Women's bodies are under siege in this country. Every day, as the group of commissioners seated here, we just heard of somebody who raped commissioners, if you look on our WhatsApp group, who was released on a bail of 2,500. Now, let us think that is an administrative issue for the court. For the victim of this, what is there to console her, to ensure that she's okay, to ensure that we get justice for that person? And often, the package of getting justice for that person doesn't start at the courts. It starts at medical facilities. It starts at places where women are able, or rather to say in spaces where we are trying to create an enabling environment for women. And that justice process is not detached from what we are supposed to do medically. There's a rape kit that goes into this. There's counseling that goes into this. And so when we think of these interventions, we cannot think of them as time goes by. We just can't, we don't have that luxury. And then, besides my comment, I had one question around To what degree, if at all, does the hospital engage other stakeholders besides the medical or the health fraternity to respond to the socio-cultural nightmare of gangsterism in Gqeberha? Because I would imagine that those things are also impacting your budget. The unnecessary violence that come with that social ill really does take up, you know, necessary spaces for women who should be served, women who are attacked in this country by those very same gangsters. So when they fight amongst each other, the violence that stems from that means that we are tying up bed spaces for people like women and children, the elderly. So to what degree does the hospital respond to that phenomenon, working in partnership with other social justice actors? Thank you, CEO. I'll allow you to respond to this set of questions before we go to the next set. Thank you very much. Is it working, CEO?
Hello?
Is it working?
Is it working?
Yeah.
Okay. I think one of the first one in terms of decomplexing, because our provincial is currently here, and Mr. Msibi, as I'm reporting to him, in terms of the decomplexing and the organogram. When is it going to be structured and completing? But what I've known from our side is we are currently engaging with Livingston and Toranginza and the district in terms of finalizing, with the help from the province, in terms of finalizing the decomplexing. Because decomplexing is part of both the hospitals that are currently implicated and also from the province. And the organogram, as I know, is currently being reviewed. But I think with the support from province, they can be able to articulate in this particular space. Oh, not now, okay, okay. Yeah, okay. Oh, all right, all right. Oh, okay, no, fine. The other one that we were talking about is the workforce that says it does not tally. Now, if you look at the workforce that we are currently having, as in at Oranginza at the current moment, that's why I was saying, ma'am, that the difficulty in terms of the workforce in relation to Toranginza is partly related to also in the non-decomplexing space. Because you'll find that there are the other employees that are employed against the organogram of Livingston. And then they are being taken to Toranginza. Like for instance, when I said to yourselves that I said obstetrics and peds is the tertiary service. Because remember, regional goes up until level 2, but the tertiary services is at Toranginza in this current moment, both the peds and the ONG. So it means the workforce in terms of the tally will not tally much. But in terms of the organogram as a regional hospital, you'll find out the package is full, but now it does not talk to the tertiary services that are in Toranginza. That is the current problem that is we're currently sitting with. Like for instance, if I can draw you to this particular one. Like for instance, if you look at the vacancies in terms of our nursing, our next nurses, you find that it's really sitting at about 7%. But you find that the number of the wards that we're currently having are more than the required nurses that they need to take care of. Okay. Like for instance, if you look at our service area, we are currently having more than 600 beds, which is quite huge. It's because of that impact of non-decomplexing. That's why you find that there's a lot of beds that are in Dorangans. So in my response will be, it will be very difficult to really put it clear in terms of the workforce within this particular problem that we're currently having. The complaints of to the staff and motivation, I think it relates, ma'am, to the problem that we are currently having is when there's a problem, when we are overburdened at Dorangans, the staff goes on strike because they are citing, they are overworked, the hours that are working, and the number of patients that they're taking care of is more than the number that we're supposed to be having. So I think, but that particular problem, we are trying to address that particular one through the unions and then through the hospital board within our institution. So if vacancy rate of Dorangans cannot be really clear in terms of the service that we are currently doing at this particular time. So that's why there's that particular problem in terms of the workforce. Now, coming to when ma'am you said the hospital is huge, I was referring to the number of beds that we're currently having as a regional hospital as Dorangans. The reason why you ask myself to say Sarah Partman, what is Sarah Partman? Sarah Partman is the district, the whole district. So it means it's not the hospital. So all the district hospital, they are referring to ourselves, to Dorangans, pertaining to maternal and pediatrics. So which means it's not only Nelson Mandela, it's also the other district. That's why now you find out there's a problem in terms of the capacity, the workforce, the morale, and everything that goes with. It's because of these particular referrals. And some of them, they come late, and then now when they arrive into our institution, then we tend to bear the brunt of what is actually happening. But we are currently addressing with the referral hospital because we've identified those referral hospitals that have got a major problem so that we can go and outreach. Though it's very difficult also to outreach. We wish to outreach every now and then, but it's very difficult because we're catering for a number of patients, which is overbuilding the system. In terms of the maternity care, in terms of mental health services, we've got a dedicated 72 hours, and this particular area, which is called Mbulawa, where we keep our patients, those ones that need a long term. So we've got a dedicated area. So what we currently would do, if it's a maternity case, we take it to mental health care, and then we go and visit that particular one when a referral is coming from the mental health unit in that particular space. So we do have measures, and we do have a way of making sure that we cater for these particular mothers. Access for the women, for the pregnant women to our hospital is relatively fine because we've got a dedicated non-clinical personnel that will give information to this particular patient. Because remember, we are dealing with an uneducated, if you can so call, particular space. So it means we need to really look in these particular problems, but we've got a dedicated, especially with pediatric and maternity. Yeah. And then we talk about what are our strategies, like for instance, the impairment in terms of the people that will come in our institution. Though we are working on the area where we'll do the sign language, but what we do, we put a dedicated non-clinical personnel to be doing that particular one. So we do have a mechanism to solve those particular one. We've never had any problems pertaining to that particular one, especially the patients that are coming there to Orlando to seek health care. I must say it at this current moment, no patient is being turned away from Doranginza ever since I came in there. No patient have ever turned. I don't know, it may have happened long time ago, but at this current moment, there's no patient, because one of our principles is to say, help the patient, find what is wrong with the patient. If a patient needs to be referred back to PHC, make it a point to stabilize that particular and explain further to say, what do you need to do at this particular moment? So there's no patient that have been turned back. The issue of the physical address, with Dorangiza, it's very difficult to turn back patients because of physical address. Because with physical address, how do we turn back a mother or a pediatric patient? That we are taking the services as Dorangiza for the whole Western District. So in terms of address, we don't deal with address in Dorangiza at all. It might have happened long time ago, but at this current moment, there's no particular, we say patient comes first, whether you are coming from whatever the area. Demarcation, as I've indicated, is a serious problem, but we don't turn back patient because of physical address. We don't do that particular one. And then the other problem was, I've talked about the Sarah Bartman and the complaints. Yes, ma'am, I'm aware that there's this social media that is coming there. Sometimes what we normally would do as an institution, if you write their names, we call them to come to us so that we can address and redress these particular issues. But most of them, they don't come back. And most of them that do come, we sort of will resolve those particular problems. So I think, ma'am, if we refer to that Facebook, if you really see that Facebook, it came long time ago. Now, what I'm saying, it came long time ago in terms of people inputting. Now, as we come in, every day we see those particular Lando complaints. But what we do, we tend to reach to those particular patients. It becomes very difficult, ma'am, to really, because you see with Facebook, the other thing that I've seen is the accuracy of the information. Because when we call them, we said, okay, there is a problem, come, let's resolve those problems. And then they don't come. Some of them, they resolve them, but it's coming in and out, as you are actually been saying. It's a serious problem that we are currently having. But again, with Facebook, sometimes we normally call them. If we see them, we call them in that particular space. So it's very difficult for those ones to resolve if they don't come to our hospital. In terms of the youth, in terms of sexuality, we are partnering with, there is a hospital board that we are currently having, and that liaises with the community. And then also the NPA is actually with us, because remember the Tutuzela concept is one center approach, where you'll find all the police that are there, and all the social workers. So we do have that particular one. Is well run at this particular moment. That's why we can able to see the stats. And also when we've got a problem, like for instance of the maternity problems, especially in the gynae problems, where you find that there are complications, where people will be traumatic in terms of sexual, then we refer them to the gynae side. So there's that working relation in terms of that particular one. So we are fully compliant to this particular thing of Tutuzela. Then there was this particular one when we talk about sexual harassment and abuse within the space of Dorangans. Procedurally, there are procedures that we need to follow in terms of how we address this particular problem. And then in line with what will be happening in terms of labor courts, we don't interfere with that particular one, but we've got a dedicated labor relation personnel that will deal with this particular thing, and we address them. And then whenever one was found that have transgressed this particular process or this particular abuse, then we deal with consequence management. And then I'm trying to sum of all of them. The data, ma'am, yes, ma'am, I will say probably what could have happened is we never submitted a completed data in terms of what you wanted to see. But I think what we need to do is to look back at the data elements that we did not submit so that we can be able to submit. The victim, when you say the ma'am that we can't dally in terms of women's health. That's why at Doranginza at this current moment we've got a Tutuzela unit that deals with the victims and deals with the complaints within that particular space in terms of the sexual problems within Gqeberha. The other one that you talked about, that there's gangsterism. Yes, there's too much of gangsterism in Port Elizabeth, in Gqeberha. Yeah, and we trying to address with the hospital board through the community, but I can say now it's a very, very difficult space, that particular one. But while liaising with municipality, hospital board, and the community within that particular space. I think Somar will summarize some of these particular one. Those ones that I've left, ma'am, I think it was not purposeful. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Doctor. I'll give you after. I'll come back to you. Thank you very much, Doctor, for your responses. I am now going to provide an opportunity to our CEO, as well as colleagues from the legal department, if they have any questions and or inputs. Can I have a show of hands, please? Thank you. It's as follows: CEO, Sonjeka, Wakashe, and Mr. Shuping. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Chairperson. Still morning. Morning, CEO. Where do I begin? Perhaps, CEO, let's start from the responsibility that you have as the accounting officer when you receive a correspondence from a Chapter 9 institution. We sent you a letter which we expected a response from you by the 7th of November. It took 2 weeks for yourself to respond to the CGE. 2 weeks after the submission of the late submission, there was no apology or explanation whatsoever that was furnished to us as the CGE. Up until now, when you present, that's when you tender your apology, CEO. The Constitutional Court has espoused very clearly the state obligation when it comes to Chapter 9 institutions. The former Chief Justice basically indicated that Chapter 9 institutions cannot be ignored willy-nilly. You cannot choose when you are going to respond and when you are going to come to the CGE. It must be recorded in this session that the behavior and the conduct undermines Chapter 9 institutions. Because if you had not been able to respond on the 7th, ordinarily on the 6th of November, you ought to have communicated any difficulty that you are experiencing in terms of our questionnaire and seek an indulgence. But you cannot respond after 2 weeks and you only tender the apology today. It is really not acceptable, CEO. We have a constitutional mandate. We need to have an ample time to analyze this data that you are giving us, because we must report to Parliament at the end of the day. So your failure to respond in time, really, it prejudices us as an institution, and I just think it needs to be recorded for the purpose of this. Whilst the apology is noted, but I think it ought to be clear that it was a 2 weeks delay. There was no apology whatsoever up until this day. Now, CEO and commissioners, central to the discussions of today is Section 27 of the Constitution that deals with the right to access health care. And subsection 2 talks about the state obligation to take progressive steps to ensure the realization of this right in terms of Section 27, of course, within the availability of your resources. I'm sitting here, CEO, wondering whether you were able to discharge that constitutional mandate as a hospital in view of the complaints that are coming out of your hospital. Because a synopsis of this complaint suggests otherwise. I understand and I hear you when you say we don't have pregnant women sleeping on the corridors, and you know that we know, which is quite important for us to dismantle. Because what we need to acknowledge, CEO, past or present, the fact that we have allowed pregnant women to sleep at the corridors, to sleep on the chairs without food, it's a huge violation of human dignity. And I'm not hearing that from the hospital. All I'm hearing is, I know that you know. That is a human violation at its best. It cannot be in 2023 that we treat the women of this country this way. It cannot be. It cannot be, because historically we know that women, particularly black women, have suffered the 3 oppressions from their class, their race, and gender. And your hospital plays a critical role in as far as pediatric and maternal units are concerned. We cannot sit here and not acknowledge that that was a violation of human rights. That was degrading to the pregnant women. We cannot leave this session without that being acknowledged, CEO. So I'm worried that we are moving into the second session with that being emphasized. You need to acknowledge that, and we really need to apologize, because it cannot be. But of course, an apology has been tendered. I've noted with interest your complaints meeting minutes. It would seem that the hospital does well when it comes to tendering apologies, which is a good gesture. But what are you doing post the apology? There are a number of complaints here, CEO, whether it's ranging from treatment of staff members, whether it's lack of understanding of medical procedures, whether it's bad treatment. It would seem from this minutes the best that you are doing here is just to tender an apology. It cannot be. What about redress? What about subjecting or forwarding or engage in social development for the necessary counseling for some of these patients that you're dealing with. Because your complaints register, for example, in January 2023, there was a complaint about a 1-year-old baby who was brought in hospital with water burns. And on arrival in the casualty, the doctor saw the child, but due to the drainage system, the mother was told that the child be referred to Livingstone. And the mother felt that the doctor was heartless and did not assess the child. And ultimately, when the child arrived at Livingstone, the child passed away. Now, we are saying in terms of the action taken from your hospital, that you have offered condolences for the loss of the child. The doctor explained the drainage area system issue and why the challenge, why it was like that. And you simply offered an apology for the way they left the health system, or rather how the health system failed. And you're saying thereafter, case closed. What happens to the mother? Do we just, is that how we should really be engaging the patients as the hospital? It cannot be. No form of counseling whatsoever that is reflecting under your minutes. It cannot be, CEO. So we need to get an understanding of how are you really dealing with complaints? Because linked to that may just be, CEO, that the reason why people go to other forums or other platforms to raise concerns, whether it's social media or whether it's just the media generally, it may just be that your reporting systems are not intact. It may just be that. But these cannot be. I want to take you to other complaints that I've read here. July 2022. Again, there's an ill treatment by a client from a staff member who says that the nurse abused her emotionally and stressed her and so forth. And the patient here was pregnant. She was booked for theater, and the nurse told her that she wished the baby can come, as she was tired of her. Unfortunately, she delivered a fresh stillborn. I'm reading this from the minutes. So basically, this is what the lady said. There was the staff member was so impatient, wishing that the pregnancy or the delivery can be done so that the mother can go away. Now, the complaint was reported accordingly. This is what I find interesting. After the complaint was reported accordingly, the staff member used a private number to call the client. Why did you report me? That is secondary victimization. That may just be explaining why people cannot come to the hospital to report. So what M&E processes are there to really ensure that those that report complaints are not subjected to secondary victimization? Otherwise, this reporting system is just a ticking box exercise. Those who need to use it effectively cannot use it because there may not be a monitoring system to determine if patients are not subjected to any further victimization. And the unfortunate part here, we're talking about pregnant women. It should not be CO. There is also I think this is too sensitive, let me not read it. I'm interested with the creation of an enabling environment. How far or how are you creating an enabling environment between the women in the maternity wards and the staff members? Because of a complaint here that suggests that when the staff was moved from one unit to another, this one is also in 2022, there was no explanation. And the lady also explained that she was taken videos and photos when in hospital whilst playing sex sounds in the high care. How do we have sex sounds playing in the high care in terms of creating an enabling environment? Because if we don't talk about that, CO, this is where issues of sexual harassment, this is where issues of rape will now happen. So that duty of care on the hospital, I'm interested to know, how are you dealing with that when it comes to that? Of course, the issue of shortages of beds continues to reflect under 2022, which I just want to hear your comment in as far as addressing that. Now, there are concerns around rat infestation in the hospital as early as April, May this year. That is a serious hygiene issue. I'm interested to know, what are you doing now to, or how far have you gone to really deal with that challenge? Again, the backlog relating to the C-sections due to the shortages of staff, theater equipments, what is happening now in as far as that is concerned? And I've taken note of your submission that is it Livingstone that is used now as an alternative to really deal with the influx of patients that are coming in your hospital. But in terms of now really dealing with the shortages of staff and the necessary equipments, how far have we gone? We've noted also there was some donation of some sort that aimed to capacitate one of the maternity unit. Has that been productive in terms of reducing the backlog for women there? Yes, so sorry, Chairperson. How many nurses have been appointed thus far? How many doctors have been appointed thus far? And what is the budget allocated for recruitment in order to address the paucity of staff at the hospital? And then lastly, the strikes continue in your hospital. We note the issues with the union, but fundamental to some of these issues is around the demand to have more beds and dignity for women in the maternity wards. How far have we gone to really increase the number of maternity beds in the hospital? Thank you, Chairperson, for the indulgence.
Thank you. I promise to be quick, Chairperson. We have noted that Dorangiza has been receiving a limited budget due to the large medical legal claims. So what we want to know, what we want to find out is, what is the hospital doing to mitigate these high numbers of medical negligence matters at the hospital? Also, regarding the sexual harassment policy, during my presentation, we noted that essential sections of the policy were blacked out. So we would like to know why Dorangiza was trying to conceal that information, because it then gives the impression that sexual harassment is not taken seriously at the hospital, or it then gives the impression that the rights of employees with regards to sexual harassment are not taken seriously. I will hand over to my colleague.
Thank you, Chairperson. My question is regarding the decomplexing and taking of the duties of Livingston. To me, I feel like the hospital is taking more responsibility. However, they do not have the capacity. When you visited the hospital, we saw the hospital structure, especially the issue of the roof. Your office CEO was leaking. And one of your doctors indicated to the commission that one of the main issues why babies are dying or neonates are dying within your hospital is because of infection, which arises from the roof that is damp, which also arises from the issue of pigeons that are coming into the hospital. Now, as a hospital, you are taking responsibilities from Livingston Hospital, yet your hospital structure cannot cater for that. Why are you doing that as the hospital? Because it leads to deaths of neonates. And it also a constitutional right violation, the right to life of those neonates. And also, we also observed that a baby was wrapped with a cling wrapper. It's like a plastic wrapper. That was so concerning to me. And when we asked the doctor, when nurse that was there, why the baby was wrapped with a plastic wrap, she said that they are trying to keep the baby warm because your heaters, the backup heaters are not working, and also because you do not have, air conditioners that are working in working conditions. Now, what is the status? Also, your maternity or labor ward, there's an issue there. Your Ms. Songzijika indicated on that you do not have aircon, you do not have air that is coming in. There's nothing. Your beds are not functional in a delivery room. Why are you taking a responsibility, yet as a hospital you do not have the capacity to do that? Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. In respect of the complaint register that has been provided, we note one of the complaints registered there indicates that a client was forced to give birth naturally despite referrals for cesarean section. Is one complaint. There's another complaint also. The client had to wait for days, end up losing the baby because they couldn't get elective surgery. And there's plus minus 10 complaints, similar complaints from what I have said in that register. And from the minutes or from the action that is taken in that cell, it's indicated in the one complaint that in terms of the remedy provided, that complainant could not be found, could not be contacted, despite even when going to the hospital on 2 occasions. And the very same patient who ended up losing the baby but could not actually get those services. So what is clear from your complaints, discussions, holistically, is that there is a problem regarding the availability of resources for cesarean to be provided. Now the question that stems from that is that what support are you not receiving from the head of department in Eastern Cape or the Eastern Cape provincial government and also national? What support are you not receiving? Because it's clear that there is no available resources. Cesarean sections have to wait. And in fact, the very same client was also told to wait because there are more urgent matters than hers. And they end up losing the child. So there is a big problem that if you do not address what support are you not giving, it's just adding to the neglect of the hospital to dealing with these cases and its availability of resources. And further, the issue of how the complaints are being handled is also questionable, because the very same client who is told that the hospital is saying they cannot trace them, I'm wondering why they could not drive there, even get the family members to address their as redress was intended, but it ended up not even receiving the same redress that was intended. It's simply by trying to call the client and then the report is that they couldn't even find them. Therefore, it doesn't even show willingness to actually thoroughly deal with these issues, which is concerning as well. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, colleagues, for providing the questions and wonderful insights. I will give the CEO the opportunity to respond before I make a second round of questions for the commissioners. The floor is your CEO.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. Let me first, I'm not going to respond to them in terms of the numbers. I'm going to respond to them based on what I'm having currently here. One, the rat infestation, which happened on May 2023. It was because of there's too much of a rubble that is at Doranginza currently, and also the informal settlement that is actually next to us at Doranginza. But what we have actually have done, we have called the municipality for an intervention. So what we found out that it was difficult to really kill these particular rats. So that's why we had to resort to a situation where we'll call the municipality. But at this current moment, also we cut the grass, and those areas that we found out they were much in that particular space. So we solved that particular one. So at this current moment, we don't have a problem pertaining to that, but it was a problem at that particular space. And then coming to the cesarean section, when I was at the podium, I illustrated that when I came in, the waiting list was about 78, 89 on a daily basis. At this current moment, like as in for today, the reports we get them frequently. The waiting is 4. The reason why it's 4 now is it's because there is a theater that is now dedicated for these particular Lando cases. So there's a theater that will open in Doranginza with the help of the province in terms of employing a clinician from anesthesia. But the nurses, I must say, there is adequate nursing for those particular theaters. So that's why we don't have a problem. But now, the problem now comes now back to say, we operate, then post-Caesar, we need to take care of those particular ones. So now it becomes difficult, we become overflooded now in the post-Caesar section, because now we're solving this particular problem, and then the other problem is actually being created. But now what we are discussing with the district is to say, all those post-Caesar, once we have done them and assessed them, then we down-refer them. There's a hospital called Mpilweni. Then we'll down-refer to them so that they can be monitored there and then go back to the Lando PHC. The level 1, that is at P Provincial, was addressing the case where you refer, say, in terms of at that particular time, yes, patients were sleeping on the chairs, are waiting for these particular scissors, because remember, high care patients, that goes to Dorangins. So what we did, we created that particular space. So we transfer all those ones that are actually in the benches. But we made a plan to say, if we are full, we staff that particular level 1, our consultants will go there and evaluate those particular patients. So currently, we don't have a problem now in terms of patients sleeping on the floors or whatever the case might be, because we're solving it in terms of this particular theater that we have created. Equipment-wise, yes, we are struggling somewhere, somehow, but for theater-based patient, at least that particular one, we've got minimum equipments to deal with this particular problem. So I think for us it was mostly the anesthetic problem that we have and the theater itself in terms of infrastructure, but we solved that particular one. That's why now you find that the number of cesarean sections that are waiting for today, they submitted, it's 4. of them that they from 87 when I came in. And then the other one, in terms of the infrastructure, we are working currently with the provincial department in terms of the infrastructural changes and structure within Toranginza. Toranginza, unfortunately, when it was built then, structurally it was not adequate. And I do believe, as you are currently saying, that probably it was just done in the land, in the location site, and whatever the case might be. But we will be addressing those one with this particular one in terms of infrastructural reforms starting now in February. Decomplexing, I will leave it to head office to help me with that particular one. And also with the medical legal. Remember, the medical legal emanated mostly from Toranginza, from the maternity side. So what we are saying now, from this intervention, that we do scissors quite early, so it means we'll be reducing the medical legal cases that are there. There's also a dedicated doctor that is actually looking at these medical legal land of problems, and also the clinicians through their forums where they will address this particular problem, because this problem of medical legally has been there with Toranginza for quite a long time. But there are intervention so that we can, they are provincial, some of them. There are people that have been employed, the non-clinical in terms of the cases, and then also there's an area that is being demarcated also to look at long-term therapy. Like for instance, when you look at the CPs that we are currently having in the institution, and then in Nelson Mandela in general. The other one that you talk about is budget limitation. Yes, there will be budget limitation if we don't address this medical legal. Because what will happen is the medical legal just take the money from Torangins, and then the services probably will be affected. That's why we're addressing this particular one with both the province and the district and ourselves, so that we can look and zoom and make meaningful intervention so that this thing cannot happen more often. The other one that we talk about, the blackout of a page, I saw it now. I think probably it was not intended, but we'll sort of submit the one that is it is correct. So apologies to that particular one. CO, also in the apologies that we are making, the time when we were supposed to be submitting what we call the cable theft, the whole hospital was in a problem for probably about 3 months, 3 weeks. But we did have a backup, but cable theft in our area is a problematic, because I remember I tried to phone your office to submit, to say we've got a problem, we've got a challenge, so that's why we didn't submit. But for that, we really apologize if I've said, but we made some strides to report to your office. The numbers are not coming, Sione. You phone them, they're always on voicemail. Yeah, from your side. The neonatal problem, I think that particular one, we'll look at with infrastructure, because it's infrastructural what we need to learn to really improve there. Yes, there might be infection that will come in there, but mostly the neonatal death is late referrals, most of them. It's not the infection inside the hospital. Yes, it does have an impact in terms of the infection, in terms of the infrastructure, but we are not hoping, CO, in February, we're beginning to do these minor changes so that we can address this particular problem. With complaints, I've actually noted that we've got many complaints that came in, and all of them, they came in 2022. I'm not saying because I'm responsible now, because I'm here. I came in 2023. All these particular one were in that particular area. I don't know why they were not addressed, but we'll seek to check and see a way forward to address this particular thing so that these particular forums, like the Facebooks and everything, can be reduced in terms of complaints to Torangans. What was the other one? Okay, when you look about the shortages in terms of our space, at this current moment, because you see what I said, we said the cesarean session that we're doing currently, we have actually reduced them in terms of waiting time because we have employed many doctors in that space. So in terms of medical officers, we don't have a problem with the DORA currently. That's why we have improved. I think we're sitting at about 7%. Some of them are ComServe that we normally will be getting now in January. So in that particular area, because we've got a 6 months open process of recruitment, especially to the clinical side. So as the colleagues will leave, will replace that particular. So that's why there was an improvement. So we don't have a serious case in terms of shortages into the medical space, especially when you're dealing with peds and also with maternity. What is the other one now? The beds issue. The beds issue was resolved at that particular when we opened level 1. But also we don't have a much bed now, though we've got a number of beds at Toranginza. We don't have a problem because currently we've managed to solve this particular one of cesarean section to be done quite frequently. But I know it's going to be a problem in the long term because people are going to be burnt out because that area is vast and also we are working on that. Then enable environment in terms of maternity. We've currently have addressed this particular problem because what we found out there are staff members that were there. I think it came here in October. I think it was in October last year. There were staff members that were involved in terms of this particular sound, but we'd address them. But now what we said, look, if we don't develop, firstly, the operational managers, so that they can be, because operational managers and the professional nurses, if you don't have that layer of leadership, then there will always be that problem. But we are currently addressing that particular one. Yes, we know, we acknowledge that there was a problem in terms of that particular thing, but we are making intervention. And then I've seen that most of our problem that emanates here in terms of what we need to address and redress and do is in terms of complaints management. I think we are not doing fine there in that particular space, and then we are going to be doing much more. I don't know whether I've done justice to all these particular ones, but I've seen that mostly is about complaint management of we need to learn.
Thank you very much, CEO. In the interest of time, colleagues, I'm going to move us forward to say that whatever questions were not responded to by the CEO, kindly put them in writing to myself as well as Dr. Matotoka so that we can get a written response from the CEO. In terms of procedure, CEO, we are not going to make any specific recommendations today. Instead, we are going to resend the initial questionnaire to you and provide you the opportunity to provide us with a more detailed response with substantial data. We are going to give you until 21 December to resubmit to us, this time hopefully with more detailed responses, after which we're going to do a final analysis. A report will be produced and this report will be shared with you. That's in terms of procedure. I am going to hand back to our program director.
Thank you, Chairperson. I will now hand over to the acting HOD to elaborate on the statement made by the Chairperson in respect of Parliament tables.
Thank you. Just to clarify also regarding the process, as the Chairperson mentioned, from today, we will be sending you a correspondence regarding today's event. That correspondence will clarify what information we need from you and the further questions that have been addressed. So that correspondence you will receive. And after receiving the correspondence, we'll be responding. Those responses will be analyzed. After the analysis and the report has been drafted, then that report will be tabled at the relevant portfolio committees in Parliament. So we urge you to be aware that the next financial year, you will definitely be returning again to report on progress. Therefore, it's necessary that you start working so that when you report next year, we see progress and addressing the aspects that have been addressed. So in those words, that is the process that will be followed. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you, Acting HOD. I will now hand over to Mr. Bradley Swanepoel to release you from the oath.
Thank you. Sir, you're released from your oath.
Thank you very much for that, Mr. Swanepoel. Before we conclude with the second session of the presentations, we are just affording everyone a 15-minute body break, an opportunity to catch refreshments, and please be back within 15 minutes so that we can proceed. Thank you. Down, please. Morning, good morning. Good morning, all the delegates of the proceedings. Good morning. May we please continue with the proceedings? I'd just like to request everyone to please settle down so that we can continue. The next session will begin with the reading of Section 12 of the CGE Act. I'll hand over to our acting HOD, Mr. Tsietsi Shipping, to do the reading.
Thank you. It is also important to read Section 12 of the process for the record. In terms of Section 12, subsection 4B of the Commission for Gender Equality Act 39 of 1996 as amended, it provides that the Commission may require any person by notice in writing under the hand of the member of the Commission, addressed and delivered by a sheriff, to appear before it at a time and place specified in such a notice, and to produce to it specified articles or document in possession or custody or under control of such person, provided that such notice shall contain the reasons why such person's presence is needed and why such article or document should be produced. Subsection C provides that the Commission may, through a member of the Commission, administer an oath or take affirmation from any person referred to in paragraph B, any person present at the place referred to in paragraph B, irrespective of whether or not such a person has been required under the said paragraph to appear before it and question him or her under oath or affirmation. In terms of Section 12, subsection 5 of the Act, it provides that the person questioned under subsection 4 shall be competent and compellable to answer all questions put to him or her regarding any fact or matter connected with the investigation, shall be compelled to produce to the Commission any article or document in his or her possession or custody under his or her control which may be necessary in connection with that investigation. Section 12, subsection 6, it states that any person appearing before the Commission by virtue of the provisions may be assisted by an attorney or advocate or both at such examination. In terms of Section 18, it provides for offenses and penalties that a person who, without just cause, fails or refuses to comply with the notice under Section 12, subsection 4B, refuses to take oath or make affirmation as requested by the Commission, refuses to answer questions put to him or her, or refuse to fail to finish particulars or information required from him or her after having been sworn in or made affirmation, gives false evidence before the Commission or any matter knowing such evidence to be false or knowing or believing it to be true, willfully interrupts the proceedings at the investigation or misbehaves in a manner and place where such investigation is held, defames the Commission or member of the Commission in his or her capacity as a member in connection with that investigation, does anything, if such investigation were proceeding in a court of law, would constitute contempt of court, the person shall be guilty of an offense, liable to a conviction or a fine or imprisonment for a period not exceeding 6 months. Thank you. That is the process of the hearing today.
Thank you, Mr. Shipping. I'll now hand over to Ms. Mamelo Matthews to present on the analysis.
Thank you, Program Director. If I can just get some technical support, please. It seems that the presentation is not displaying, even though it's displaying on my screen. Okay.
Apologies for that. We're just having a minor technical glitch, so we're just struggling to upload Ms. Matthews' presentation. We're just requesting a 2-minute indulgence to just connect the laptop.
Can you hear me now? Okay, perfect. Good morning, Commissioners. Good morning, delegates of the Eastern Cape Provincial Department of Health. And good morning to my colleagues. Is it worse? Okay. Sure. So, bad start of the day. Okay. In terms of the presentation that I'll be making to you this morning, the presentation is based on the questionnaire that was dispatched to the Eastern Cape Provincial Department of Health. I would like to point out that the questionnaire was different in nature compared to that was dispatched to the hospitals, as the collection of the data in respect of the province or provincial health department spoke to different aspects of the process that we are currently undertaking. So as a starting point, I'd like to begin with the introduction. The South African government has implemented several transformative policies and laws to advance gender equality and women's empowerment. However, women continue to face adverse health outcomes, including poor neonatal and maternal experiences, sexually transmitted diseases, termination of pregnancies, gender-based violence leading to health complications and other adverse socio-demographic factors. The Sustainable Development Goals place a great deal of emphasis on the health and well-being of all people at all ages. And Goal 3.1 aims to reduce maternal mortality to less than 70 deaths per 100,000 live births by 2030. According to Stats SA, maternal mortality in facility ratios increased in the Eastern Cape province between 2019 and 2020. The Commission for Gender Equality has decided to engage with the Eastern Cape Provincial Department of Health, as well as 6 hospitals across the 3 hospital classifications, to determine what gaps and shortcomings exist in the provision of women's health services in the Eastern Cape across the 3 hospital classification levels. The objective of the particular questionnaire that was dispatched to the Eastern Cape Provincial Department of Health was thus to focus on the design of the provincial health system, the development, the implementation, and the monitoring of strategic policy frameworks, the proper functioning of mechanisms such as oversight, regulation, and accountability, the adherence to governance principles such as the rule of law, effectiveness, efficiency, and health equity. In respect of these objectives, what the CGE was essentially going to test for, or the intention that the CGE was testing for, was to see how Eastern Cape Provincial Department of Health executes this in relation to the management of the various health facilities within the province, particularly in relation to women's health and to the service delivery around sexual reproductive rights and health. In response to the questionnaire, the department provided us a response in regards to their leadership and governance and stewardship. the Department of Health reported on implementing comprehensive healthcare services in rural areas, prioritizing women's health and child health services. They further reported that they are collaborating with various partners to implement interventions relating to sexual and reproductive health rights, policies, and guidelines. First, in its report, it stated that it's implementing comprehensive primary health care, PHC, services, prioritizing women's health and child health services. These services are rendered through the ward-based primary health care outreach teams, mobile clinics, and community outreach services which are attached to clinics and community health centers. Services are provided in fixed health facilities, and there are also mobile clinics that are available to reach patients closer to their place of residence. Based on this information, the following table was provided. As you can see, it deals with a number of districts within the province. In 2022, provincially, the Eastern Cape province had 177 mobile clinics. By the end of, by 2023, they had a total of 231, which shows an increase in the procurement and delivery of mobile clinics by a numerical figure of 54. The above matrix illustrates a growth, above being the previous matrix, illustrates a growth of 4.27% in relation to the status of mobile clinics from 2022 to 2023. The department provided various services to women between April and September 2023. However, it's not clear if the department provided these various services through these mobile clinics or in general. Among others, the services provided including pregnancy testing. This assists in early identification of pregnancy before 20 weeks, so that expected services are provided before delivery. Illustrated in the next matrix that I'm about to show you are statistics on the services provided within the community. So the following matrix, matrix 2, speaks to the statistics on services provided within the community. I can't see so clearly. So what we did as a form of analysis is that in the next matrix, I'm going to illustrate the top 10 performers within this matrix. So top 10 performers of districts in relation to these services offered. Well, top 9. In respect of the matrix, it can be concluded that as per the below matrices, because there are two, this is the first one, there has been a significant increase rendered from quarter to quarter. So you can see from April to June 2023 to July, from April to June 2023, and from July to September 2023, you can see a massive increase in the number of services that were provided. So these, out of the previous table that I presented, these are the top performers. From that, these are the top performing districts above average. So we had the top performers, but then we had those that performed even better and above average, and these are those. I hope I'm making sense, that I'm clear. In respect of the above, there's evidence of an increase of services from one quarter to another of 172,690 services, thus showing an increase or a growth of 1.5% from those 2 quarters. In respect of the below, which is to follow, the next matrix, one can conclude that the top 9 performing districts, and 6 of those performed above the median threshold. As per the department's report, one can see from the matrix too that there are other levels of care that provide maternal and child health care services. What is going on with this computer? It's darkening. Namely district hospitals. So outside of those mobile clinics, you have district hospitals that are also performing these services. You also have regional and tertiary hospitals in all districts. Moreover, the department reported that training of health workers on policies, guidelines, and standard operating procedures regarding sexual reproductive health and rights is provided on an ongoing basis. Expected services are provided before delivery as per the previous matrices. In respect of the below matrix on the screen, there are 3 districts that have a shortfall per ward. So when you look at the table before you, I need to move because I can't see, you will see the districts. From the districts, you see the population in figure that these districts service. Based on that population, well, not based, subsequent to that, you see the number of wards, the number of CHA, community health workers, that I assume work within these wards. So for example, if we take Alfred Nzuzo, they have a population of 826,000 persons which they service. They have 102 wards dedicated to servicing that population. They have 386, currently, 386 community healthcare workers. However, they require 612. So there's a massive shortfall. So if you look at 386 community healthcare workers have to service 826,000 persons. That's a huge burden on a staff complement for a province. So from this matrix, you can see that in the red, these are the 3 that have the shortfall. 3 districts that have the shortfall, with Alfred Nzuzo having the highest shortfall. Okay. So, in respect of the below, there are 3 districts that have a shortfall per ward cover, with the districts with the highest populations being affected. It is not clear on the role of the department in respect of assisting with the shortfall. However, the Commission does note it with great concern. So when you look at the figures in terms of who are the districts that have the greatest populations, they're also the ones that have the shortfall. The department reported to the Commission that it had youth-focused initiatives such as provision of services in schools through the Integrated School Health Program. However, the Commission noted with concern that Oliver Tambo district had the highest number of schools that were either not visited or not reached. Let me see. So they have 1,036 schools in total. It was reported that they reached 860 schools. 176 of those schools were not visited. However, it wasn't clear. No, it's not even a case of it wasn't clear. It was not stipulated in the report as to why that was the case. What were the challenges that were experienced in resulting in that figure, and also what interventions were taken. So subsequent to this report, have those schools been visited? It was not reported. Or are there plans to visit? It was not reported. It was further reported that the department, in addition to the ISHP services, the department has received a donation in the form of a mobile bus from Anglo American Platinum for the provision of comprehensive school health services. The department, in partnership with the various partners, are implementing various activities as outlined within the report, within their report back to the Commission. There are 513 youth zones that have established across the province to increase access to sexual reproductive health. It was not clear in the report, when the department says the department, is it speaking of itself and its own initiatives, or are these initiatives that are implemented through the various facilities within the province? So that would be, I would need clarity in that regard. The Department of Health, under policies or directives established in the Eastern Cape to achieve health and gender equality, the department reported that it has implemented several policies to promote the health and well-being of young people. Despite this progress, adolescents and youth still face risks such as HIV transmission, tuberculosis, unintended and unsupported pregnancies, and sexually transmitted infections and substance abuse. Secondly, the department advised that it also implements the National Sexual, Reproductive and Health Policy, which consists of several clinic and policy guidelines on various aspects of SRHR. In addition to the National Adolescent Youth Health Policy, there are several other documents that address underserved and key populations with the focus of the reduction of gender-based violence. Again, it's not clear if it is a departmental initiative and action, or if it is actioned through the facilities within the province. The department provided evidence of implementation of the National PEP in occupational and non-occupational guidelines 2020, which promotes simplification and adherence to support to individuals receiving post-exposure, so it was PrEP, sorry, post-exposure prophylaxis for HIV and HPV. The South African, so what I'm reporting back to you are the policies the department has reported on that they implement in respect of maternal and women's health services. So the question was, what policies exist, how do you implement it, and this was the response. In respect of the dissemination of these various policies and directives, the department reported to the Commission that in relation to the above, dissemination of such is actioned through various methods. First, the department communicates to all district managers and on new policies to disseminate to all the relevant clinical managers. Clinicians are then trained on the new policies and guidelines, either physically or through a virtual platform, for example, using the Knowledge Hub platform. The department conducts advocacy, communication, social mobilization, and marketing on all new policies and guidelines in respect of the monitoring of implementation, and monitoring is done through monthly and quarterly or half-yearly and annual reports. Facilities conduct clinical audits to identify gaps in the implementation of the policy. Based on the gaps identified, quality improvement plans are developed and implemented by various institutions. Maternal and perinatal reviews are conducted monthly in all the facilities are conducted monthly. Based on the report back to the Commission, when one reads this, I read it as the reader, I read it as an expectation. So this is what we do. This is what you are expected to do as a facility. However, there was no discussion as to, in the event this does not happen, what is the consequence of that? Because it impacts on the report which the provincial government submits to national. So it's all very romantic. So this is all in an ideal fashion. This is how it works. But based on the presentations that we have heard, based on the questionnaires that we've received from the institutions, one cannot say that this is indeed happening. And thus the question would be, what does the department do in terms of consequence management when this doesn't happen? Because it does affect the services, and we've seen that. In respect of provision of women's health services through intersectorial mechanisms, the department reported that it collaborates with various partners to implement women's health services within the province, including the implementation of the integrated school health program, which is what we saw earlier, where there was 173 schools that hadn't been reached. They also have the one-to-one Africa supports program, which supports the department in OR Tambo district, where they provide services to Mankosi Health and sub-districts within hard-to-reach areas. And then they've listed a number of others. In relation to coordination of related data and its effective use across the sectors in the delivery of women's health services, the department reported that in relation to health-related data and its coordination and effective use across sectors, and how it assists in the delivery of women's health services, that it shares data in working groups, which include, among others, the learner attainment and anti-poverty working groups of the province. The performance of the department is shared with these groups and ultimately in the social transformation cluster, which is led by the Office of the Premier, with various provincial departments participating in the forum. Under the aspect of provincial measures to ensure the protection of human rights under the delivery of health services, they reported that the department reported to the Commission on the measures taken to ensure protection of human rights in the provision of health services, for example, informed consent and privacy. It stated that the National Department of Health has developed Ideal Health Facility website that has an archive of documents including Patients' Rights Charter, which is available in 10 official languages. I can confirm that that is the truth. However, it is not clear what the measure is. The measure is you've uploaded it, it's available on a hub. However, what's the further step that you take in making sure that that is indeed carried out on the ground? All health establishments are encouraged to download and print the posters and display them in the strategic areas for access to all health service users. The issue of informed consent as well as patient privacy is well covered in Patient Rights Charter. The gap in implementation of the requirements of the informed consent were identified through inspection of health establishments by the Office of Health Standards Compliance. The intervention was done through a department circular, which was Annexure B1 in terms of their report back to us. The circular was communicated to the Eastern Cape Health Department, an internet website. Let me just see. On the aspect of equality and non-discrimination, this was in an aspect or a part in the questionnaire. The department reported, in relation to strategies that have been outlined to address specific health needs of vulnerable and marginalized groups such as women and children, the department confirmed that it does have these strategies, and the strategies have been outlined in the planning frameworks of the department. Department of Health has developed diverse strategies to address the specific health need of the vulnerable and marginalized groups. And then in terms of that, this particular department, the provincial department, has a 5-year strategic plan and an annual performance plan and an annual report, which has specific programs and sub-programs that deal with specific health needs of women, youth, and children. So the below, and people with disabilities. The below table, which is on the next slide, outlines the output indicators and address specific health needs of the vulnerable and marginalized groups. So, this particular table, when you look at it, you have an output that says, in our interest, antenatal first visits before 20 weeks rate. They achieved an annual target of 65%. Delivery in 10 to 19-year in-facility rates, 16%. I don't understand that. Does that mean you had 16% deliveries, or you achieved a target of 16% in terms of the reduction of the deliveries? It wasn't clear, so we may need clarity on that. Maternal mortality in facility ratio, less than 120 per 100,000. Is it less than? Yes. In respect of the above table, the table below, the department in its annual report for 2021-2022 financial year, under the subcomponent 2.7, maternal, child and women's health and nutrition, which the purpose of the sub-program is to reduce mother, newborn and child mortality through strengthen maternal and child as well as nutrition health services across the Eastern Cape province. The institutional outcomes to be achieved were maternal, neonatal, infant and child mortality reduced, to stunting among children reduced, and 3 morbidity and premature mortality due to non-communicable diseases reduced. In respect of the progress and achievement, the following was noted. Under the couple-year protection mentorship workshop on sexual reproductive rights, focusing on the new training package, the plan is to ensure that mentors are mentoring the support. So that was another point. There's supposed to be a table. So what I've just read essentially describes what you see here. So in the table, these are the various outputs the department had planned to attack for the year and achieve certain targets. And what I explained is the department's report back on how they achieved this and why this was a priority. I hope that that is clear. All right. In respect of the above table, previous table, department in its annual report for the 2021 financial year subcomponent, I think I read this already. I've done this. Okay, is this clear to everyone? Because it's small for me. So, is it clear to the audience? The table? No? Okay, because it's small for me, but essentially what I just described, or that little table that I've shown you, this is what it looks like in the APP and in the auditing. So just all of that I explained, they have the outputs and then how they achieved it or did not achieve, and then the deviation as to why they did not achieve a higher percentage. But I think it's much clearer to the CGE audience in your report that would be in your file. The Commission analyzed the department's 5-year strategic plan, annual performance plan, and annual report, and concluded that although it received fair audit scores, it did not appear to be faring well. The department has established 513 youth zones in primary health care facilities to create access to sexual reproductive health programs. The services will assist in the reduction of teenage pregnancy. The Department of Health is implementing women's health services across all levels of care and collaborating with tertiary institutions to improve access to sexual reproductive health services by students on campus. The Eastern Cape has 775 PHC facilities, 42 CHC facilities, and 90 hospitals. The highest number in the country, despite being the 4th largest province by population and 2nd large by land mass. So in its report, the province is saying, we have a lot of hospitals, more than the rest of the country. And they have shown that through a diagram here, which speaks of the distribution of these health facilities, which I found really interesting when taking into account the submissions that had been made by the various hospitals in terms of the services they are able to provide and not provide versus the number, the population that they are serving. Okay. And then this is a table that illustrates the health facility distribution norms in terms of travel, distance to getting from home to clinic or home to hospital as an individual within a particular area. As you can see there, to get to a tertiary level, the maximum tertiary level hospital, the maximum time you would have to travel as an individual is 3 hours. The department also reported on implementing the hub and spokes model that ensures that women who require cesarean sections are referred to hubs that have capacity to conduct cesarean sections. In exercising that mandate and in terms of the policy, there are circumstances under which patients will receive services free of charge independently of their classification as full paying or subsidized patients. Such circumstances include infections, communicable diseases, pregnant women and children. Also patients classified under HO or H0 category will receive the free services. I did not include that infographic. It wasn't very clear on the document I received, so it wouldn't have been clear to the audience. I haven't included it for this. But essentially, it was a roadmap. So it had the various hospitals, and then it showed where the hubs would fit in there, sort of, so that almost it was like a filter, so that you don't find an influx at one particular place. There's a hub. If I understood the diagram correctly, there's a hub that could cater to you, and sort of relieving the pressure of the institution that you would ordinarily flow to. The department is implementing the national health insurance through ward-based primary health care outreach teams, which consist of 6 to 10 community health workers, 1 outreach team leader, and 1 data capture. The ISHP teams screen learners in priority grades, conduct HPV campaigns and vaccinations, and give health education on sexual reproductive health, disadvantages of teen pregnancy, family planning, non-communicable diseases, and dangers of drug abuse. The Ideal Clinic Realization and Maintenance Program aims to systematically, improve deficiencies in public health, in public primary health facilities, and improve the quality of healthcare provision. So this framework is the same as the Ideal Hospital, instead it's for clinic. The Centralized Chronic Medicine and Distribution Program assists patients who have been stabilized with chronic medicine by determining medicine collection points called pickup points and fast lanes. The province continues to observe and increase the number of facilities accredited by OHSC, which leads me to this question to the department. Throughout your report, you spoke of OHSC. However, when the hospitals came forward, and also in relation to the benchmark of our questionnaire, we relied on the Ideal Hospital framework and the audit around that. If maybe the department can explain the difference and the significance, the difference between the two and the significance of one or the other, because there were conflicting presentations where you would have one particular financial year, it was under the Ideal Hospital model framework, whereas in a particular financial year, it was under the OHSC. So we could not make a determination as to a measurable standard because it seemed as if 2 different tools were being used. And in relation to what I've just presented, this is an indication of the number of facilities in which has received accreditation under the HOSC. So also if the department could explain that to us. In terms of accountability and transparency, the South African government, the department reported that the South African government sets goals for health system, which are broken down into indicators and targets. The department's annual performance plan sets out performance indicators with baselines and targets for budget programs. These are monitored monthly through different systems, and reports are compiled and submitted to oversight bodies and according to the timeframes stipulated in the Public Finance Management Act. This speaks to your steps that you take. However, in terms of transparency and accountability, the question would then be, are the hospitals doing the same? And how does the department verify the accuracy of the data reported back to the hospital? In conclusion, considering the objectives set out in the start of the report and the rationale behind the investigation into the thematic area, the Commission can conclude that the department has established a provincial health system that is based on the development, implementation, and monitoring of strategic policy frameworks. In theory, it is there. Whether it works in practical or whether practically on the ground that is the case, it is not clear. As well as the proper functioning of mechanisms such as oversight, regulation, and accountability, and lastly, the adherence to governance principles such as the rule of law, effectiveness, efficiency, and health equity. Again, it can be concluded that yes, the department may be doing that. The department may be reporting that that is happening, but the question is, it still remains, is that an accurate reflection of what is happening provincially? Okay, and that is it. Thank you.
Kemetse me ole witso ya toilet. Ntena presenter. She must take the oath. Cindy Swagate. O ile ko ntle. Ke lapile ya no. Thank you. Ke le se kopang kwa le le batho. A ke itse. Ambo di yana batla. Kopang kwa le le batho. Good afternoon. We are now back to the last session of the hearings. I will now I will ask first, before we proceed with the session, I will ask Cindy Swagede to join me at the podium for the taking of the oath. I just wanted to make a small request, just a 2-minute indulgence, Mr. Swanepoel. It seems like we're just going to have a connection issue because she's using an Apple laptop, so I'm just going to ask her.
No.
So is it not? Oh.
Don't you have the tea? It's again. It's gonna fit this one. Just that it's in this side.
Oh, there we go. Sorry, apologies.
That Apple thing is Oh, sorry.
Apologies for that. We've just misconnected the laptop. We'll now proceed with the administration of the oath. Thereafter, I'll just ask the HOD of the Eastern Cape Department of Health to continue with her presentation.
Good morning, ma'am. Please state your name for the record.
My name is Cindy Swagete.
Do you prefer to take an oath or an affirmation?
An oath.
Oath. All right. Please repeat after me. I, Cindy Siwe Gede,
I, Cindy Swagete,
do hereby make oath and state.
do here make oath and state.
I know and understand
I know and understand
the contents of the declaration
the contents of the declaration
I'm about to make.
I'm about to make.
I have no objections
I have no objections
to taking the prescribed oath.
to take the prescribed oath.
I consider the prescribed oath
I consider the prescribed oath
to be binding on my conscience.
to be binding on my conscience.
Please raise your right hand to repeat after me. I
I
swear
swear
that the contents
that the contents
of the declaration
of the declaration
I'm about to make
I'm about to make
are true,
are true,
so help me God.
so help me God.
Thank you. I confirm the deponent has been duly sworn in.
Good afternoon. No, I'm fine. My name is Cindy Swa Gede. I'm the acting head of department in the Eastern Cape Department of Health. By profession, I'm a nurse who has done general nursing science. I've done midwifery science. I've done the community nursing science. I've done a degree in nursing majoring with the health services management and the health science education. Continued with my studies with Forte, though the masters in public health are underway. Today I'll be presenting to the commissioners and the team about the Eastern Cape Department of Health investigative hearing on transformation in the thematic areas. My outline, Commissioner, is as follows. DOH mandate, alignment, summary responses as follows: leadership and governance, oversight and monitoring, equality and non-discrimination, accountability and transparency, and summarizing by conclusion. Commissioner, allow me to present in front of you the mandate of the Department of Health. The legislative mandate of the Department of Health is delivered from the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa, 1996, and several other pieces of legislation in the Republic of South Africa. The Constitution places obligations on the state of progressively realized socio-economic rights, including access to affordable and quality healthcare services. In terms of the constitutional provisions, the Department of Health is guided by the following sections and schedules, amongst others. We've got Section 9, that states that everyone has a right to equality, including access to healthcare services. This means that the individuals should not be unfairly excluded in the provision of the healthcare services. With Section 27(1), everyone has a right to have access to healthcare services, including reproductive health care. 3, no one may be refused emergency medical treatment in our facilities. Section 28(1), every child has a right to basic healthcare services. Schedule 4, which lists the health services as concurrent national and provincial competence. With the legislation and policies within the National Health Act of 2003, Act 61 of 2003, the Act provides a framework for a structured health system within the Republic, considering the obligations imposed by the Constitution and other laws of the national, provincial, and local government regarding the health services. The objectives of the National Health Act are as follows: to unite the various elements of the national health system in a common goal to actively promote and improve the national health systems, to provide for a system to cooperative governance and management of health services within the national guidelines, norms, and standards in which each province, municipality, and health district and sub-district must deliver quality health services. To establish a health system based on the decentralized management, principles of equity, efficiency, sound governance, internationally recognized standards for research and spirit of equity and advocacy, which encourages participation. To create the foundation for healthcare system and understand alongside other laws and policies which relate to the health in South Africa. Legislation falling under the Minister of Health are as follows. Choice on Termination of Pregnancy Act, number 92 of 1996, provides a legal framework for the termination of pregnancies based on the choice under certain circumstances. Medicines and Related Substances Act, number 1 of 1965, provides the registration of medicines and other medicinal products to ensure their safety, quality, efficacy, and also provides for transparency in the pricing of medicines. South African Medical Research Council Act 58 of 1991 provides for the establishment of the SA Medical Research Council and its role in relation to the health research. Sterilization Act number 44 of 1998 provides a legal framework for fertilization, sorry, including for persons with mental health challenges. We do have other legislations applicable to the Department of Health, which are as follows. The Basic Conditions of Employment Act 75 of 1997 prescribes the basics of minimum conditions of employment, and that employer must provide for employees covered under the Act. The Children's Act 38 of 2005, the Act gives effect to certain rights of children as contained in the Constitution, to set out principles relating to the care and protection of children, to define parental responsibilities and rights, to make further provisions regarding child's court. Criminal Procedure Act 51 of 1977, Section 1 to 12, subsection 4A, and 212(8)(a provides the establishing the cause of non-natural deaths. Employment Equity Act 55 of 98 provides the measures that must be put in operation in the workplace in order to eliminate discrimination and promote affirmative action. Promotion of Equality and Prevention of Unfair Discrimination Act 4 of 2000 provides for the further amplification of the constitutional principles of quality and elimination of unfair discrimination. National Development Plan, the NDP Vision 2030. The National Development Plan, Chapter 10, has outlined 9 goals, of which I won't say all of them, for the health systems that it must reach 2030. The NDP goals are best described using conventional public health logic framework. The overarching goal that measures impact is average male and female life expectancy at birth increases to at least 70 years. The NDP goals measure health outcomes, requiring the health system to reduce premature mortality and morbidity. Also tracking the health system that essentially measure inputs and processes to derive outcomes. Within that national development NDP, there's a professionalization of the health system that we haven't listed there. As we celebrate the adoption of the National Health Insurance Bill by the National Council of Provinces, the NHI bill was adopted by the NCOP on the 6th of December, which is recently, it was last week. This marked an important milestone on the journey by the country to realize universal health coverage, to ensure universal access to quality and affordable health care for all South Africans, as enshrined in the Constitution. The department continues with its phased implementation of the National Health Insurance, of which we also call it Universal Health Coverage, which is intended to ensure integrated health financing mechanisms that draw on the capacity of the public sectors to the benefit of all South Africans. The policy objectives of the NHI is to ensure everyone has access to appropriate, efficient, affordable, and quality healthcare services in South Africa. As that poster is showing the National Insurance Bill vote that was on the 6th of December by the NCOP. When I move to health system in the Eastern Cape quickly, in my overview, I shall be talking to the following. The Eastern Cape Department of Health is committed to bring quality health services to all people of the Eastern Cape despite the current financial constraints. The turnaround strategy focuses on promoting equity, efficiency, effectiveness, and quality provision of healthcare services. The strategy is anchored on the 5 pillars: financial sustainability, the integrated medical legal interventions, service delivery optimization, digital and e-health, and clinical outcomes focusing on healthier communities. Here I'm talking about this busy slide. I remember the previous presenter made mention that they want at least to understand what does it mean. We talk of a coordinated care via the effective and functional referral system with the hub and spoke model, connected health facilities to healthcare teams. What does that mean? It means that when we render services at primary health care at a household, as we spoke about the ward-based outreach teams, once you see someone sick, you have to refer to the next level. The next level, if you look at the green arrow that is turning left, we'll be talking to the community health centers or a clinic. I won't dwell more to define what is a clinic and to define what is a health center, what is a community health center. But what is important by the hub and spokes model, a patient mustn't, should there any emergency or the condition of a patient changes whilst being transferred to the next higher level, if there's a clinic or a health center, stop by the clinic, the patient must be stabilized, must get whatever that she needs and moved to the next level or to the destination. We are deep rural, we've got areas that are very deep rural in the Eastern Cape, where when you transfer a patient, you feel that there's a quick emergency that needs or some kind of stabilization. You stop to the nearby hospital. You get help by the doctors and nurses there. Then from the clinic, the next level of care will be the district hospital or a community hospital. From the community hospital or district, the transfer can be transferred straight from there to a regional hospital. From a regional to a tertiary to a central hospital, which is having all kinds of specialists. We do have a central, which is Mthatha, in Nelson Mandela Central Hospital in Mthatha. These levels of care have got their own definitions. They are well illustrated in the Gazette of the 2nd of March, 2012. You'll get them there, the classification of these levels of care. The distribution of health services within the Eastern Cape. We do have districts. We know we have spheres of government from national, provincial, district level to the level of a sub-district to the clinic community. Here we are saying we've got these districts. We've got Alfred Nzo with 72 clinics with 2 community health centers and 6 district hospitals. We've got Amatole having 143 clinics, 5 community health centers, 12 district hospitals. We have got Buffalo City. Within that 12 district hospitals in Amatole, we've got a specialized mental health hospital, which is a 300-bedded hospital for mental health within that 12. Buffalo City Metro has got 74 clinics, 5 community health centers, 2 district hospitals. We've got Chris Hani District Municipality, 152 clinics, 7 CHCs, that is community health centers, 14 district hospitals. We've got Joe Kabi with 52 clinics and without a community health center with 11 district hospitals. We've got Nelson Mandela Bay having 39 clinics with 9 CHCs and 1 district hospital. Oliver Tambo District, which we call OR Tambo, is having 142 clinics, 11 clinics and 9 district hospitals. The total number of Eastern Cape clinics are 734, with community health centers that are 42 and 65 district hospitals. The province has a total, the Chris Hani and the OR Tambo and Amatole district have larger share of clinics in the province. The Nelson Mandela Metro and the Joe Gabi district has the lower number of clinics, 39 and 52 respectively. Sorry. The number of clinics is related to the population and the size and the geographic area. And it is also related to the previous government dispensation, whereby we have to combine the South Africa, CISCAI and Transkei, and you'll find there's a concentration of clinics in some other areas and fewer in other previously disadvantaged communities. And then here, quickly, I have to talk to regional hospitals in the Eastern Cape. You'll find Buffalo City, Chris Hani, Nelson Mandela or Artambo have regional hospitals, which gives us 5. And then we do have tertiary hospitals, which is level 3. Buffalo City has 1, Nelson Mandela 2, which gives us 5. Specialized TB hospitals, we do have in Alfrenzo, we do have in Amatole, we do have in Buffalo City, a big Nkubela TB hospital in Buffalo City that is also admitting MTR, XTR. The Nelson Mandela Bay area has got 2 TB hospitals. In the total, we've got 10 TB hospitals. Coming to specialized psychiatric hospitals, in Amatole, we've got 1. In Chris Hani, we've got 1. In Nelson Mandela, we've got 1. In Sarapatmane, we've got 1. Meaning that we've got only 4 mental health institutions, that is psychiatric hospitals. Specialized other hospitals, we've got 2. And then the National Central Hospital is the one I've mentioned, is in OR Tambo, it's 1. Coming to challenges that were faced by the Eastern Cape, COVID-19 pandemic impact on burden of disease and priority programs had an impact, COVID-19 had an impact on the burden of disease and priority programs. Department has to catch up. COVID-19 rollout was rolled out to 70%. Currently 52% have been vaccinated and 44 fully vaccinated. Diverted resources from priority programs to resurgence management and vaccination drive. Focus is now on integrating COVID-19 vaccination routine services within the programs that we are rendering as the Department of Health. We had patients that we lost. Patient lost to follow up during the pandemic affected priority programs. These are therefore service backlogs in priority programs like HIV and AIDS, TB, immunizations, and surgical cases. The elective surgical cases were deferred during the COVID-19 surges. Therefore, backlog for elective procedures like the knee replacement and other surgeries. Budget cuts and increasing pressure. Outward migration and fiscal consolidation year on year to reduce the bill, plus baseline reduction due to state debt burden and impact of COVID-19 on the economy. The cuts by 2021-22 were as 1.41 billion. 2022 we had a budget cut of 1.883 billion. 2023-24 was 1.33 billion, showing us a cut across from 2021 to 2024, 23-24 of 4,632 billion. The medical legal settlements paid out of goods and services contributing to accruals and payables of 4.6 billion by end of March 2022 and overdraft of 1.2 billion. The department is bleeding a lot of money to litigations. 3, human resources for health. the impact of COVID-19 led to low morale and staff burnout. Critical staff shortages due to fiscal constraints, unprotected strikes or unprotected actions amongst the workers had an impact on the service instability. Skills for key priority programs are needed, like the surgical and the medical. Service delivery complaints and crisis. Funding challenges impact quality of care, give rise to patient complaints, need to shift management from responding to crisis to anticipating and mitigating risk. The personal and social economic impact of COVID-19 is unlike anything experienced by the world in the past 75 years. Coming to systemic challenges, the management and leadership at facility level. At that level, there is no proactive, and they don't always act within their span of control to resolve basic problems. We need to appoint permanent leaders or permanent managers. Senior management, we need to appoint permanent senior management, appropriate acting person in the interim like the transitional arrangements of SMS members and a realignment of the geographic service areas to promote continuity of care and coordinated collaborative governance. What do I mean when I say this? I mean that we found that the head office, when we looked at the fiscus, people at the head office that are clinical can go and manage at a hospital, can go and manage at a district. That means the senior management movement of people to go and work at district. The issue of geographic service area was that 2 districts be combined and have 1 district manager as to save cost. Culture of unprotected action as a means of raising disputes. We have to build relations to encourage dialogue, but enforce also discipline where appropriate. Labor unions were so vocal, and that has hampered or has an impact on how we deliver services, where we need to improve on the relations between us and the labor unions. As I'm standing here, I finished 2 months in the acting position. This is the 3rd month. Managers cite that taking disciplinary action will result in their actions being reversed anyways by the head office. Maybe we'll ask who reverse. Feel disempowered on case-by-case basis. Support district, we need to support district and facilities as required and encourage collaborative leadership style now. We have to move to that direction. Cleanliness, reprioritize to appoint cleaners and across the province and declutter facilities. The maintenance and engineering cleanup project and district level workshop capability. We started a cleanup project by working together, with the Vets University, where we contracted the groundsmen and the people to do minor maintenance. That is what is meant by the maintenance and engineering, where we said we did the cleanup project and built district level, working together also with the other departments like public works. Records management, the MHS too, but immediately to improve in record keeping by clinical teams through training, appoint data capturer clerks and admins. At a primary health care, we've got a system called HPRS, Health Patient Registration System, for the clinical records at a clinic and at CHCs. HR staff appointments and replacement and payments of benefits. We need to move with speed on that one. Under services, theater capability and efficiencies, we need to improve on that one. If you look at that illustration which talks to organizational enablers. We have a shared vision where we say we need to ensure we've got a good leadership style, we collaborate, there's inclusiveness, there's consultative versus the core management, and we need to be reactive as the department. Skills adapt to new world of work, staffing the critical shortage, we need to fill in the critical posts. We've noted that we've got a critical staff shortages. We have got a strategy there. We need to look at our annual performance plan. We need to comply, and we need to work on our turnaround strategy. Outdated organogram structure. We're in the process of reviewing the organogram in the Eastern Cape. Though we're using the old 2007 macro and 2018 approved macro. That is causing some kind of instability most of the time. That's why we are saying we are in the process of the review. We're at 98% to finish up the review of the new organogram. We need to strengthen our systems, manual, and we have to look at the legacy systems. Coming to leadership and governance. Prioritization and implementation of rural women's health. That was the question. How do we prioritize? The department works closely with the traditional structures to bring health services to rural women, especially in the hard-to-reach areas of the Eastern Cape province. We do have the INCIO events in one of our programs, that the Department of Health has adopted and partnered with traditional leaders in the province. What is INCIO? The INCIO is to educate girls, the young girls and adolescents, on how to take care of their bodies, to avoid them getting pregnant and contract transmitted diseases. Formerly, the ward-based primary health outreach teams, the mobile clinics, the community outreach services, which are attached to clinics, the community health centers. The community health centers provide services to the communities. We work to reduce the travel time to facilities by these mobile clinics provided to travel, so that the communities don't travel long distances to get the health services. While court teams I've mentioned conducted the routine visit to families as part of the health service provision at a community level. We do have other community services like the dental services and the physiotherapy in those teams. There are about 3,840 workers in the Eastern Cape distributed in different wards. Services provided to women and at community level include basic health screening and management of minor ailments, the treatment of chronic and acute conditions. We also do to them the pregnancy test so that they book in the clinic and manage their STIs. The department, when we talk to the youth focus services, the department is providing services in schools through the integrated school health program. Among the services provided in the provision is the human papilloma virus vaccine. This vaccine is aimed to prevent girls from contracting cancer in their adulthood life. In addition to integrated school health program services, the department has received a donation in the form of a mobile bus from Anglo-American Platinum through Chukululu Trust for provision of comprehensive school health services. That bus is also providing eye care services and other services needed by the school children. The department has got also various partnerships that are implementing various activities outlined below, like there are 13 youth zones that we have established across the province to increase access to sexual reproductive health. we do have round tables there where they discuss. They also, when they are there, access the Wi-Fi so that they're able to Google some information for those that they want to apply for the higher education. They access Wi-Fi when they go to that time. They've got a free time in the afternoon as the youth when they are coming from school. Policies and directives to achieve health and gender equality. The province implements policies and protocols developed at the National Department of Health. The list below includes a few of policies that are related to health and gender equality. The Adolescent Youth Health Policy of 2017, Reproductive Health and Rights Policy, PrEP. PrEP means pre-exposure prophylaxis guidelines to people at substantial risks of 2020, in 2021. Those guidelines were out in 2021. The National PEP, post-exposure prophylaxis in occupational and non-occupational guidelines of 2020, Youth Zones Guidelines 2020, Choice of Termination Act, that is the Choice of Termination of Pregnancy Act, Integrated School Health Policy of 2015, Maternal and Neonatal Health Policy, the Vertical Transmission Prevention Policy, where we're talking of prevention of transmission from the child, from the mother to the child. I'm repeating the policy there. Dissemination of policies. How do we disseminate? Dissemination is through various platforms, which include the online knowledge platform, which is a professional development platform managed by the National Department of Health. All nurses, they are able to access any guideline in that. We've got tablets in the clinics that are having data. They're able to retrieve. We train, even they are being trained through the Knowledge Hub, other courses that they must do at the workplace without taking them from work. Maternal and perinatal reviews are conducted monthly in all the facilities that conduct deliveries. Monitoring is done through monthly and quarterly, half-yearly and annual reports. We can do what is called annual performance reviews, where we are under one roof, we present the performance, and we, the managers, account for their non-performance, bring the quality improvement plans so that they can improve the performance in the next quarter. The facilities also conduct clinical audits in order to identify gaps in the implementation of policies based on the quality improvement. Are developed by various institutions. I wanted to say based on that. The provision of health through intersectoral mechanism. How do we do that? In 2019, the department signed a memorandum of understanding with the Department of Education and the Department of Social Development for the implementation of the Integrated School Health Program. Mother and Child Women's Health, we call it MNCWH, and which is HIV, AIDS, and sexual transmitted diseases, and TB, integrated services through Operation Putuma, where indicators like couple year protection rate are monitored. What do you mean couple year protection? This indicator you're hearing for the second time to say you must be protected, the use of condom, the use of oral contraceptives, the use of implanol that is inserted in the arm, and the use of different kinds of protections. Other partners that work with the Department of Health is Ibumbungomso, which is more focusing on youth programs also, and also to the IGBQLI. I'm sorry if I'm pronouncing it wrongly. Curate Youth Health Services 1-to-1. There is another program called U is equal to U, meaning that untransmitted, undetectable virus in you is transmittable to the other person. Here, when you promote quality, the equality presentation in senior management. How is that? The employment equity is looked at. Provincial employment equity has been relaunched, and orientation of members conducted with EC Office of the Premier and the Department of Employment. Broad framework developed on identification of pro-employment barriers and affirmative action measures. Action items, collaboration with the PSDC and HRP committees, development of the Employment Equity Committee constitution, and then the review of the provincial EE terms of reference, that is the committee terms of reference, development of the project plan for submission to OTP as part of the technical support, district and institutional EPP, development and approval of the new plan in line with the approval letter. Within our programs that I've mentioned in prevention of HIV transmission, we do offer the different kinds of condoms and lubricants for our all kinds of groups that we manage. Employment Equity Forum. Strategic objectives are as follows: to ensure that the department meets the statutory duty of a designated employer as described by EA, to assist with the development of implementation of the Department Employment Equity Plan, to assist with the annual reporting of to the Department of Labor, to monitor the promotion of representativity through recruitment skills development, to create a platform to address and concerns of the staff and increase commitment to equity, to increase awareness among staff and create a understanding of what equity is and show and how to achieve it. I'm sorry. Those bar charts are showing us that we have gender analysis of SMS members, gender analysis. Can you see the side? I can't see the side. It is as that. Gender analysis in the middle management level is recorded at 37.9% males and 62.1% females. Coming to oversight, I move it in. To part B, can you help me? Okay, let me try like this. Okay, I've moved here, thank you. Coming to part B, oversight monitoring. Measures taken to protect human rights. Quality Assurance Office is responsible for ensuring that there are officials in all facilities to protect human rights. For example, the knowledge of the Batupile principles. We've got 9 elements by all officials. Complaint Management Act and education of clients regarding their rights, that is the patient rights charter is there. Informed consents assigned for all procedures provided as stipulated in the ideal clinic and hospital framework. Privacy is provided by having one clinician in one room. Supply and delivery of medicine. Sorry for that. Under supply and delivery of medicine. Medicine supply and distribution managed in accordance with the National Medicine List. The medical depots in the Eastern Cape province contain adequate stocks of essential medicines for women's health. This medicine is distributed to health facilities according to the level of care and the service package provided in that particular hospital. As I've mentioned, we've got different levels of care, from 1 to 4. The Stock Visibility System, we call it SVS, and the National Surveillance Center are web-based platforms to report on stock availability and monitor the availability of essential medicines. This graph is illustrating, or this dashboard is showing the medicine availability in the Eastern Cape. It is managed and controlled in the National Department of Health. Every time they want to go to dashboards, they see the medicine stock in the Eastern Cape. Department uses the National Surveillance Center to track medicine availability. The picture above is a sample of report from the NSC, National Surveillance Center, tracking the availability of certain hormonal products, including family planning. This is a snapshot of the 6th of December, a snapshot of December, of the 6th of December. Communication, coordination, transparency, and monitoring mechanism. Mechanism guided by the departmental norms and standards, ideal health facility framework. The consumer feedback procedure has been adopted by the Department of Health, which includes complaints management system. In each and every facility, there's a box that is locked by a padlock or locked by a key. When there is a complaint, there is a pen and a paper next to this box. Any complaint is written and put in the box. That box is opened once a month with the clinic or the hospital board. It is not opened the staff alone. A mobile phone application has been introduced as another platform to lodge complaints. This brings privacy and convenience in the process of lodging complaints. The call center system also allows the communities to lodge their complaints. Part C is talking on equality and non-discrimination. Here, the question is as follows. Have strategies been outlined to address the specific health needs of vulnerable and or marginalized groups? The department has outlined strategies in its planning frameworks. There are diversified strategies to address specific needs of the vulnerable and the marginalized groups. The department's 5-year strategic plan, annual performance plans have specific programs and sub-programs that deal with specific health needs of women, youth, children, and people with disability. A table with the relevant program is pasted page 10. Inequality of gender norms or norms play a role in planning of healthcare. There is provision made to address gender inequality in the Department of Health during the annual performance plan, or we do it annually. The interventions that have been implemented at the end of the September 2023 include establishment of the 513 youth zones. These are safe space that established at primary healthcare facilities to increase easy access to sexual reproductive health services. MOU has been signed, that is the Memorandum of Understanding with institutions of higher learning to also to improve on the sexual reproductive health. Access to family planning is among the main strategies for women's health or women's health. Examples of strategies implemented by DOH in reducing delivery of 10 to 19 years in a facility. Delivery amongst the children aged 10 to 19 years of age remains a challenge facing the department. The rate at facility in the second quarter of 2023-24 was recorded as at 18.3%, while the rural districts recording rates higher than 20% are at Alfred Nzo. Alfred Nzo is 24.6, OR Tambo 21.9, Joe Kabi 20.8, Amatole 20.0, it shows that there's high rate of teenage pregnancy in the rural areas. Mind, in those rural areas, you'll find there are boarding schools that are having so many children. I don't want to dwell more on that one. The proposed strategies are as follows. Educate pregnant women during antenatal visits about the long-term contraceptive option post-delivery. Conduct in-service training targeting clinicians and service providers on the insertion of long-acting reversible contraceptives, the Implemenol I was talking about. Strengthen the adolescents' youth-friendly services and facilities. Implement behavioral change programs targeting girls and boys in schools. Accessibility with regard to urban and rural population. The department is operating in a network of clinics and hospitals around province. These services are connected by ambulance services for emergency cases, while planned patient transport vehicles move stable patients between different levels of care to access specialist reviews and investigations. The mobile clinics and community health workers are available in various rural communities. Department partners with non-profit organizations to conduct Tumamina campaigns, which are community outreach services. We do also have community-based organizations that are funded by the department to render or to ensure that they preach the gospel of preventive and promotive health care. We do have these services and wills. This is a poster that was recently, one of the districts where they have got sexual reproductive health, the services that are rendered on wheels. That is that bus. Child health services, dental health, hypertension and diabetes, cancer screening, rehabilitation, and psychosocial services, adolescents, youth, TB, HIV, optometry services, audiology screening, health promotion, and condom distribution. Other interventions to improve accessibility as those that I've mentioned, ward-based outreach teams, integrated school programs, district clinical specialist teams. We've got a group of specialists where there is an obstetric and gynecologist doctor and an advanced midwife. They work together. There's a family physician with a nurse that has done clinical care, and now we added a psychiatrist to be part of the team and a pediatrician. They give support in districts and sub-district and facilities. Ideal clinic realization and maintenance programs, centralized chronic medicine dispensing and distribution, where medicines we want to ensure they get in their doorstep if it was possible, but we make use of the chief's house in the rural areas so that they can access medicines, shop rights or clicks, they collect their medicine. Accessibility for people with disability, the province continues to observe an increase in the number of facilities accredited by the Office of Health Standard Compliance assessments, with a total number of 143 facilities, with 2 hospitals, a regional and a district hospital, is an NHI hospital. Those are NHI approved hospitals. All the accredited facilities have proper infrastructure that caters for people with disabilities. The department continues to improve the infrastructure in primary healthcare facilities, as is a requirement to achieve the ideal status. The outreach clinics conducted by the department throughout the year also serves as an opportunity for people with disabilities to access services closer to their residence. The transport is provided to fetch patients at home as may be necessary to access services in the health facilities or at an outreach point. When there's a Tumamina, we are gathered in a central point. We'll collect people from the nearby villages by organizing a transport for them. But the accountability and transparency. Mechanisms for monitoring the performance of the health system. The South African government, through the National Development Plan, sets goals that must be achieved by 2030. These goals are broken down into indicators with targets in the medium-term strategic framework 2019-2024. For close monitoring, the department outlines what it intends to do in a financial year through the annual performance plan. This annual performance plan sets out performance indicators with baselines and targets for budget programs. The performance is monitored monthly through different systems. For example, the district health information systems, the tier.net. The performance information is analyzed and reported on through quarterly and annual reports and performance reviews. These are compiled and submitted to the oversight bodies according to the time frames as stipulated in the Public Finance Management Act. Every year, the data or this performance is being audited by the Auditor General. When we report now to the institutions that we must report, we report an audited information. Does the plan include indicators? Yes, the annual performance plan includes indicators with baseline performance, quarterly and annually. There are also process indicators that wouldn't show in these selected indicators that we are planning for. Are there indicators that measure gender equality? Considerations? Yes. Are reporting mid and end term evaluation requirements outlined? Or are reporting and mid-term and evaluation requirements outlined? Yes. Some reports are compiled monthly, some are required quarterly, some are half-yearly, others are annual. We do have annual indicators that were monitored at the end of the year. We do have that were monitored quarterly. We do have those that were monitored monthly. Is the dissemination of monitoring and evaluation data and reports considered? The reports are shared with oversight bodies and all interested stakeholders. That audited information is also found in the website. Conclusion. The Department of Health would like to ensure the Gender Commission for her commitment to the goals of gender equality in the Republic. The Constitution of the Republic expects of us to render quality health services equitably, though faced with the serious resource constraints which have an impact on our ability to render the full package of services at all the times. The issue of gender equality remains a non-negotiable issue with us. Our success relies on the political commitment and partnership that we currently enjoy in the province. And despite the poor road infrastructure in the deep rural areas, the Department of Health does its best to ensure that the services are being rendered even through the clinics that the clinics where we call them a clinic identified by the community. They would give us a rondavel. The nurses will come and work there to ensure that we bring the services closer. In the event where the mobile clinic is broken, at least the services must continue rendered in a satellite clinic. By that, I thank you. Enkosi.
Thank you, HOD, for the presentation. I will now hand over to the chairperson of the proceedings to open the session of questions and responses.
Thank you, Ms. Mere. Thank you also, HOD, for your presentation. It is well received. Colleagues, per the standing protocol of the House, if we could please keep our questions very focused and succinct. I will take a first round of questions from the commissioners, then our CGE CEO, and then the rest of the team seated behind us. If I could please have, by show of hands, questions from the commissioners? Any questions from you? Let us start with Commissioner Ngomati Seko, yourself, and Commissioner Kumede.
Thank you very much, Acting CEO, for your elaborate presentation outlining the policies and the programs that are in place. As you were making the presentation, I was playing back in my mind the presentation of the hospitals that have been here. And I just want to ask a question. What is the synergy? Is there synergy between the province health department and the hospitals? And I always do that, ne? Maybe it must be fixed on my chest. And you were in this morning, and I think you also had the questions that we asked. And for me, of particular interest, yes, I appreciate the policies as you are outlining them, but at the back of my mind, I was saying, is it helping Dora Nginza? Is it Nginza?
Yes, ma'am.
To perform impactfully? Is it helping Bishop Hospital to perform impactfully? I was doing this. So, yeah, but is it on? Maybe it's not on. Okay. Okay. So I was thinking about all of that. Bishop yesterday, when the CEO started speaking, she painted a picture of a hospital that is completely understaffed. Positions are not filled, vacant positions are not filled. Some of the staff members in critical posts are on suspension. She cannot appoint groundsmen or porter, is it porters? Porter, ne? Cannot employ porter. And that puts a lot of strain on the functioning of the department. This morning we had the CEO also talking about the levels of motivation. The staff is very demoralized. The staff is very demoralized. And when he started talking, he flagged the problem of woodlicking decomplex. I understand that as restructuring or whatever. Decomplexing of the hospital, which is impacting even on the organogram and all of those things. So having flagged those questions, my question is, and when you outlined the strategic objectives, and one of them is human resources, right? And I'd like to know, is there synergy between the provinces and all those beautiful policies that you outlined there and what is happening on the ground? And I'm taking these hospitals that I'm mentioning. Bishop also said that their email has not been working for more than 6 months. How possible is that, and what is the impact on communication? If you are saying the policies are communicated through the portal if the IT system is not efficient? Is it really, are they able to access that knowledge hub that you are talking about? So basically, I'm asking about synergy with the provinces and, with the hospitals, and whether that is working or there are challenges. And if there are challenges, what are the challenges? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner. My questions will be just up to the point. My first question is what plans are there to capacitate hospitals? All the hospitals that we saw are not capacitated. That brings us to say one of the most issue that should capacitate the hospitals. Commissioner has just spoken about it, but I want to stress it to say, why are positions not filled equally across all hospitals, specifically the essential posts? What support is the department getting from the National Health, especially on the entities and the health standards? All the hospitals, the complaints were just the same. All the hospitals are dirty in the Eastern Cape. All the hospitals don't have water, and water is an essential entity to any home, let alone a classroom, but it becomes worse to a hospital. I want to concern myself, Mamukede, on the issue of medication. I'm not sure of your drug list. In your drug list, is there still, sunscreen is still a cosmetic ointment in South Africa? And a number of people in the Eastern Cape, let alone not indicating the people with albinism, who suffer a lot from skin cancer. And the number of cancers that are spoken about in the Eastern Cape, none of the hospitals have spoken about skin cancer. And I would like to know the structure of one of the essential posts that I would like to hear from you is the dermatologist, where people with albinism die, not noticed as they go in and out of the hospital. It's only a sore. They are misdiagnosed. Late, it's only told it's stage 4 cancer. And that pains our hearts because these people have been going to hospitals. Let alone, I saw in one of your slides, eye care. Is eye care free, or is eye care, we as persons with albinism, our eyes cannot be corrected, but we need 2 sets of glasses. One which is sunglasses as we move out of the rooms, and then 2, the other pair should be spectacles, so that we are not ostracized and discriminated in the classroom. The last question is to say, as you are speaking about youth and the mobile clinics, are the mobile clinics consistent? And then I heard you speaking about PrEP. I don't know if PrEP is very, very stressed in the school health, and I'm not sure, and I've not heard it in the presentation since yesterday, that school health has been resuscitated. And PrEP is very important because I've seen the incidents and the numbers of HIV has grown. And one of the presenters from Frere said, with dignity and not taking it into consideration. HIV affects mostly women. I think that was insensitive because at no stage was it said that HIV is predominantly a disease for women. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I think there's a context to the issue of HIV and infection among women because of our anatomic vulnerabilities. But that's a whole other workshop for a whole other day. Before I put my questions, I'll give to Commissioner Gumede.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Thank you so much, Acting CEO, for making the time to put together a presentation. Or HOD, thank you so much. Just looking at some of the challenges that you have mentioned, I want to ask you the following questions. So my understanding and from my statistical base, which admittedly is a little bit out of date, so I'm going to need you to assist me. Up to 70% of congenital birth defects in South Africa are preventable. And South Africa used to have quite a decent medical genetic services and medical genetic counseling services as well. And unfortunately, due to the AIDS pandemic, those services and that capacity had diminished over the years to such an extent that you can count the number of the medical geneticists and counselors in the country, I think with you know, 2 sets of hands, maybe your foot as well. Very few to service the entire country. So now what I would like to assist me with, HOD, is what is the status quo in terms of the capacity and recruitment of your geneticists and the counselors who could be of assistance to bring the number down of preventable birth defects. And then I also want to know what is the status quo in terms of the mother-to-be nutritional programs that used to educate mothers on nutrition during pregnancy. And the nutrition during pregnancy, as you know, is critical for preventing those birth defects. South Africa has got a high rate of fetal alcohol syndrome that is not necessary had the Department of Health consistently intervened with the various programs over the years. I'd also like to know about the accessibility to information and services for all sorts of women, whether you are from the rural, whether you're from the township, insofar as the fetus has been discovered to have a congenital disability. How have you been ensuring that information is accessible so they can make a decision about their pregnancy, begin with their therapy if necessary, and then also continue with therapy and treatment of the child after the child has been born? And then my next question, also related to this, HOD, is who is responsible for the recruitment and ensuring that the country is the province is well capacitated in this regard? And what is the plan going forward? Number 2 is you had mentioned that one of the challenges is insofar as management and leadership is concerned. And I have to say that you and I actually share this concern and this challenge, because since I've been here at this sitting, I have not seen enough accountability from the accounting officers of the various district and regional hospitals. And for example, cleanliness is something that you have mentioned in your own presentation as being a challenge. And yet we have got a CEO who has vehemently denied that as being an issue. And so there's a contradiction between the two. So my question really is insofar as complaints is concerned and the issues that have persistently been raised, what is the consequence management for the leaders of those institutions? Because if we have someone who's in denial of something that is a crisis, that is a health and safety hazard for patients, and then you are telling us something different, surely there should be some sort of consequence. And I'd like to know what that is. The other thing, HOD, is as a leader, you yourself as a leader, I would like to know what is your capacity looking like insofar as skills, training, ongoing education and development in the area of women, youth, persons with disabilities, and the LGBTQIA+ community. And I'm asking you this question in alignment of the Department of Health's APP, their annual reports, as well as a 5-year strategic plan to do away with unfair discrimination. My final question, HOD, is emanating from one of the programs that you had mentioned, which is, and please don't make fun of me as I pronounce this word, but Inyo event. I noticed you said in your own words that it is for girls to learn how to look after their bodies and ultimately to prevent pregnancy amongst these young girls. So I wanted to ask if there's a focus on boys and pregnancy in general, beyond this program and this event. And I'm asking you this, HOD, because in the Eastern Cape, there's a problem with young men who leave, predominantly young men who leave initiation camps, and then some of them go on a raping spree. So I'm trying to reconcile the fact that there's this thing of the shisi futa, or whatever, or susi futa, whatever it is called, that practice, and I'm trying to reconcile it with what you have said about boys being educated about pregnancy and their sexual behaviors and habits. So I'd just like to know, as a department, what are you doing? What is even your response to that being an issue and a crisis in your province? We've already had a meeting with the cultural leaders a month ago, so we know that for sure it's an issue. It's not something that we can deny and say it's not happening at all. It's prevalent. It happens in the OR Tambo District Municipality. So I would like you to just provide some clarity insofar as that is concerned. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Kumede. Thank you again, Mam Gede, for the presentation. I want to start out by saying that even at the risk of comparing apples to oranges, it is just an absolute tragedy for us to spend 5 million on Christmas lights, given what we've seen over these past few days on the state of hospitals. Even if we are saying that municipal budget has nothing to do with health, some of the clinics in BCM, from where that money came, are equally under-resourced, and that money could have been rediverted into programs at particularly health promotion and making the community aware of services that exist within the hospital. With that said, Mam Kedam, I have a few questions for you. When we did the on-site visits to the different hospitals, Noma Africa and I had witnessed something, and we actually spoke a little bit about it, but we've not gone very deep into the conversation, is that what we saw, especially in the theaters, normally when the cesarean sections were done, there were 2 practitioners, one of whom is the surgeon, the other one we were told is an anesthetic doctor. I then ask, when you talk about an anesthetic doctor, does this mean an anesthesiologist? No, we were told. This is an anesthetic doctor. Can we please get clarity on the concept of these 2 and the scope of practice clearly outlined of these 2 practitioners? I don't know, I don't have much training. I have training in epidemiology and some limited clinical training within the context of epidemiology. But as far as I know, general anesthesiology, when the person is put to sleep from head to toe, is implemented by an anesthesiologist. An anesthetic doctor, I've come to learn, within the context of Bishop Hospital and St. Elizabeth Hospital, is a ComServe doctor who's responsible for doing local pain and analgesic relief. That was my understanding at that point. If you could kindly clarify that. And I'm saying this also within the context of the medical legal bill that we've seen is close to 4 billion, which in itself is a tragedy. Second question, we've heard from the different hospitals here, time and time again, capacity around the issue of the theatre. The CEO for FRE is hopeful that the white elephant that is being constructed in front of the maternity section of FRE at the moment, which was initially constructed as COVID wards, will also relieve the waiting list in terms of theatre time. What is being done, because it was not just at FRE, it was not just at Bishop, it was not just at St. Elizabeth Hospital that we heard about the lack of theatre capacity. Can we please get an idea of what the department is planning to alleviate the waiting times in terms of theatre capacity? Further to that, Mam Gede, I also wanted to get clarity around the Inrio events. And I'm not sure, maybe you can clarify to me whether those refer to virginity testing. I don't know if that is the cultural context. It would be good to have your views on it. And then I had another question. I know I had 4 questions. I'll leave it at that for now, acting HOD, but I may swing back to you in the second round of questions as I'm giving to the deputy chair of the CGE to ask a follow-up question. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Chair of the session. It's not a follow-up question, Mama. I've not asked it. I just forgot it. I'm concerned about the orthopedic cases in the hospitals. There is a number of young children on a waiting list, waiting for orthopedic treatments. Can you clarify to us how long are those orthopedic cases to be attended to? Do we have limited orthopedic surgeons in the province? Because if a child needs orthopedics surgery, it means that child is delayed to go to school, and that time lost is never regained. Thank you.
Acting HOD, I'll give you the opportunity to respond to the initial round of questions, after which I'm going to ask our CEO and colleagues to provide additional questions. The floor is yours, ma'am.
Thank you, Commissioner, for the questions. There are areas where I'll give to the team next to me, if I'm allowed, Commissioner. He will be answering on the issue of decomplexing. He'll be answering on the issue of orthopedic theaters. Also, anything in relation to a tertiary, regional, and central. And then with the medical, Mr. Mangeleli, maybe he will assist you, but okay. But when I looked at the question 1 from Commissioner, ma'am, that the synergy in the presentation by the hospitals and our planning as a province and our presentation as a province, is it helping the Bishop Otoranginza to perform impactfully? I will talk around again on the issues of leadership. As a leader of an institution, as a CEO, you have a responsibility of ensuring that you render quality services according to the norms and standards that are set for you as a CEO and for the hospital. Should you not get what you want, they report to the one, it's a district hospital, the other level, where she reports is a district hospital. I'm sorry, is a district manager that I wanted to be here also. Unfortunately, he couldn't come. When the district manager is not helping you, you do have the next level, which is the provincial program manager. And maybe the office of the head of department is always open. I wish to say today that I always say we are a message away. Should you not get joy to your manager that you are reporting to what you want. There's a long process of approving a document that we have noted, where the hospital CEO will write a document, we call it red taping, red tape, and the document will go to the district manager at the district. At the district, it doesn't go straight to the district manager. If, let's say it's a HR document, it starts to the HR manager, to the finance, then to the district manager. These people are all, the other one is, all of them at the call phase where the work must happen. Because that document, by the time it comes to the head of department, maybe it's after 3 months, maybe there's austerity measures by that time, because the document is signed by plus minus more than 6 people or 7 people before it gets approval. In the Eastern Cape Department of Health, we've got what is called provincial, is it PCMT, where they approve all the appointments. It is centralized. Maybe it's a way of control the cost or the control of the appointments. Before your appointment is approved, it goes to be presented to the PCMT. 7 people from the office of the OTP. That advert will be advertised. It's only the OTP that advertise, not us. It takes so long. You can imagine it's looking at all the adverts, all the departments, from education, health, but health is an essential service. That's what may cause a lot of delay and frustrations in ensuring that an incumbent fills the post. It is a mammoth task to appoint a GA. The powers are within the PCMT. That one is it's a provincial cost what?
It's a provincial cost management
team. It's having people from the office of the Premier, eh? Yeah. And the people from the Department of Health. It's no more whereby as a district manager, I used to be a district manager for all my life. I'm 30 years in the service. We would approve the post, advertise the post, appoint. Due to measures that are put in place to control money, or maybe because of serious fiscal constraints, those measures were put in place. It delays the process. There is what is called the annual recruitment plan. The submission is done. We are busy now with the annual recruitment plan. That must be done and be finished by March. It is submitted and approved at the office of the Premier or PCMT, so that I know I will be appointing these people. It delays. I don't say it's something wrong, but at times it delays the whole process. But at the end, you are able to appoint. The issue of leadership, yes, it's been so long not having CEOs in these hospitals, hence we talk of leadership. The review of the organogram that took so long has affected the the issue of appointing. We are hoping by the next financial year, the province of Eastern Cape Department of Health will fast track things to ensure that we appoint these people. Last week, we were shortlisting CEOs. We work weekends now. We agreed that let's work even weekends, let's work even in the evening, even in the public holiday, to ensure that we fill these posts that were approved, that at least must be filled. There is an appetite by the team of ensuring that this shall happen. We are hoping there's going to be a change in the next financial year. The demoralized staff. So that I was trying to address the issue of understaffing. It takes so long. The issue of the Nelson Mandela, he made mention of the demoralized staff. I made mention of the issue of the toys or strikes in the area of Nelson Mandela, made it the institutions to be ungovernable, where everyone will think that a better person to tell the best is a shop steward. So we're trying to do the workshops. We're saying, let's ensure that people are trained, the managers are trained how to manage, how to consequence manage. We can't be co-managed. You can't be co-managed as a manager. You have to do your work and ensure that you put your foot down and the work is done. We are seeing a little change in terms of the lessening of these strikes in that area. And we are hoping that we shall make the relations good between us, leadership, and the labor unions, so that we can have a better ground to work and render services, especially in that area. So this issue, we shall take it again, that it came clearly from the commissioners, from the Commission for Gender Equality, that we need to fast track. I shall report to the DG also that there's something that needs to be done. It's raising eyebrows to say why we take so long. The synergy mem is there in terms of planning and documents. The manager must implement the plan. So I should think we need to be stricter to the district managers. The email that is not working, the department has a plan in ensuring we've got ICT. The district is having an ICT manager to ensure that, and a team of even interns to ensure that the email is working. So I should think we shall follow up on the issue of the email of Buisho and the issue of this shortage of porters. Okay. The other thing that worries is the stealing of copper in our institutions. It is causing a lot of backlog in terms of ensuring that the systems are in place, your ICT systems. It will be fixed, the copper will be stolen again. There was a time in Cecilia Maikiwane where theaters were at standstill because they went to the main electric unit where they took a lot of copper that costed millions for it to be reinstalled. I suspect also with Bisho, they do have issues of copper stealing in their institution. Most of our institutions have got that challenge. What is the plan to capacitate the hospitals? Yes, we need to strengthen on our workshop, training of managers in leadership, training managers in change management. We have got what we call the national standards, where we talk of the 6 priorities, where we say we need to ensure facilities, the cleanliness, staff attitudes, availability of medicines, safety and security of the staff, prevention of cross-infections, that is there, it needs to be implemented. And I think it is the responsibility of a CEO that we shall ensure that we follow up. The department has appointed, through a partnership with vets, people to do minor repairs and groundsmen. That program started in Nelson Mandela. It is in Sarah Batman. We are hoping by the time they will be supported, but I should think using the staff that is available is key by the CEOs and managers. And should there be other challenges, they need to be raised even in the provincial meetings. We have taken a note of that. The hospitals are dirty, and then we shall come up with a plan. Fortunately, Mr. Msibi is also managing the quality assurance unit. We shall make a follow-up. Coming to the orthopedic cases for children, there was a backlog really during the time of COVID. Nothing was done. We just started to think we were stable from the last quarter of the last financial year in November to say now we are coming back into our minds. Mthatha Orthopedic, Bedford Hospital, they have a project that is starting to look at the backlogs, where they will be opening the theaters for 24 hours. That is the Mthatha Bedford, and Nelson Mandela Central Hospital. There is that project plan that I should think we shall submit to say what is the plan to ensure that the orthopedic or surgeries, the issues of backlog, how do we manage them? Medication issue, there was a time where the suppliers, we had accruals, not able to pay them. And then they kept the medicines not to deliver to the department. That was sorted around June, but we're still struggling to get Panado syrup from the suppliers. It's not everywhere. It's not available across the country. We are trying our best. The issues of the Ukraine war are affecting also us in South Africa with the other pharmaceuticals and other medical equipment related issues. So there is a we'll make a follow-up, especially on the children orthopedic backlog. I thought it was general, but I didn't know the specific group to say children specifically. I should think, ma'am, we shall make a follow-up on that one so that the Mthatha project or the Bedford project can consider also the children. Cosmetic ointments, ma'am. The ointments to take care of the skin for special patients. I didn't hear that we're no longer having the ointments. I thought we still offer the ointment for the light-skinned patients. I shall make a follow-up, ma'am, to check if our depot doesn't have. But the last time we had albinism. Okay. Yes. Okay, ma'am. I've taken a note. Okay, ma'am. With the eye care, ma'am, a lot of children got spectacles. But with the one when you get out of to the sun, I shall make a follow-up. We have partnership with Kireti. All children of the Eastern Cape, they offered more than 5,000 spectacles, the Kireti program. The department is working together with the to get spectacles. Is it St. Bernard's ambulance? They do eye test, but I'm not sure, ma'am, of the sun for the glasses for when you get out of the sun. But I'll make it a point that we do order them, we consider them for all the children with albinism or with all our patients with albinism. Are the mobiles consistent in the rural areas? Mobiles are not consistent because of weather conditions and the road, bad roads. They go to repairs now and again. It takes so long with the Department of Transport to get back your car, even if it is an ambulance. It takes so long. It is frustrating. Hence, we would encourage the issue of satellite clinics so that a car brings nurses, they take care of that particular village. When it is raining in the Eastern Cape, there's an area of Kocha and Mpashe where the bridges were washed away, and the areas of Statorem, Amahlat. That one remains a challenge for us, for our mobile clinics to work according to the schedule. It is a serious challenge. We do report to, we've got what is called district development model. We report there. The district managers, they report. We recently represented to the Human Rights Commission on the impact of road infrastructure to render the health services. We made it clear, we presented it clear that as the Department of Health, we really struggle to take services to our communities. Even ambulance, it would be difficult for it to cross a river if the bridge is washed away. It takes so long for the roads to be repaired. It's a serious issue. The issue of PrEP, with the integrated school health, ma'am, there were so many restrictions that we cannot come and have a clinic at the school. It must, the school outreach must be somewhere at a distance, not at the school. We can't talk in school about contraceptives, about condoms. It was like a taboo. But I should think as the time goes on, there is, and now that we've got these youth zones, school kids now, they come to us most of the time. After school, they've got that free period of them. They are taken care of. They are taught about what is PrEP. They are even able to get into their WhatsApp. They WhatsApp with the nurse there. They ask any question. Nurses are trained on the youth-friendly services. Those kids, they are able to talk that language that is understood by the youth or by the school-going children. So the PrEP, yes, is very important, ma'am. As you see the number of, the growth in the number of young population getting infected, that program is assisting. The Kireti mobile, we've got this Kireti mobile are specifically for youth also. They talk youth language. We've got about 8 donated. Each and every district have got, in Nelson Mandela they've got 2, in other districts have got 1. Those mobile clinics, they assist a lot. And these youth zones that are 500 and something, they're assisting the youth to understand what is PrEP, what is unsafe sex. Coming to Inqiyo, Commissioner. The Inqiyo, I made a mistake of mentioning girls only. There are also boys, where they are, we teach them about the sexual behaviors, the issue of ususifuta, which is a myth that when you're coming from the initiation school, you must meet with a girl so that ususifuta without a protection. That is, they are being taught throughout. There is a pre-season school visit. There are people allocated at sub-districts and districts responsible for teaching boys that are going for initiation. We call it a pre-initiation season, a dialogues. They go to schools, they go to Osborne, no chief. There's a dialogue between parents of these kids that are going to Esutwini, to the initiation, and some dialogues with the boys. And before they go to the initiation school, they are assessed at the clinic if they are ready in terms of health. Is there what is the HIV status? Are there no sexual transmitted infections? Is she not having TB, not anemic, not diabetic? All the medical assessments is done, and after that you are given a certificate that you are fit now to go for initiation school. When the child is not fit, it is returned to the parent and or the nurse that will be taking care that this child is not fit, is having this and this and this. Other parents would force, and then there would be bad results at the end. The 70% congenital defects, where now the genetic clinics, you saw them going down. I'll ask maybe Mr. Msebi will talk more on that. A more district-oriented kind of, so he will assist me with that one. He will talk to the genetic clinics. We used to have them, really. We used to have doctors, nurses were trained on genetics, and any defect. I'm a neonatal nurse too. I was trained on the genetics, looking at the defects when the babies are born, counseling the mother, make her to understand, now this child will be going through this, and they would attend the genetic clinics in the hospitals. But he will talk on it more, why there's a decrease and there's a diminishing of those specialist clinics. And the status quo will talk to the mother and nutrition. Women, when they are pregnant, they attend what you call antenatal clinic, where they are trained, and the nurses teach them about everything. We talk of 2,000 days of life, from the conception until the child is 1 year, taking care of the nutrition. That one is still happening. Maybe we need to strengthen that one if we are not doing well, because really there's a lot of malnutrition. I'm sure you looked at the report in the Eastern Cape, the issue of malnutrition, and it's a serious matter. My study is about the management of nutrition by the primary healthcare nurses in the MOMA area. What is it that they are not doing well? My study is about malnutrition for under 5 years. So that one is a serious issue. We need to collaborate. Yes, we collaborate with the Department of Social Development. We collaborated also the District of Matole with the Gift of the Givers, where they are bringing some nutritional supplements. The buying of them, we do have budget set aside to buy nutritional supplements for all the children. And identifying a child at a clinic at an early phase, before it is said it is severe malnutrition, it is we need to start. I even said, I'm crafting a circular to say, once a child, the mother is not there, is taken care by the granny, and there are slight signs of malnutrition, let us put here on the program of malnutrition. Before we say we wait until it is severe malnutrition, is for admission. The early identification and putting the child on the program, I emphasized on that one. The high alcohol syndrome, ma'am, the issue of a grant made it easy for mothers to have money to access alcohol. It's like a fashion. If you are not drinking in our rural areas, you see in each and every corner a shebeen, in the deep rural areas, in the villages, and it's a serious matter. I should think it's a societal issue that needs some more collaboration with the sister departments and civil society. How do we deal with the issue of alcohol? Now that we're producing the babies with alcohol syndrome, and they can't, those babies, their milestones won't go anywhere, they won't be educated. It means it's a societal issue that needs a lot of different people to deal with it. Who is responsible for the recruitment? I've made mention of that one. The issue of leadership. I should think we're going to start having leadership courses. And we agreed as a department that we need to have a prosperity. We talk about the leadership and governance, and we empower our managers. I should think that issue that used to say you would charge as a manager and the department provincial would reverse, I should think it has come to an end. I should think it has come to an end. We'll make it a point that nothing is reversed. Recently, I was signing a lot of discharges of people that have that are transgressors of the law in the institutions. The issue of rape and molesting in our institution, we're dealing with it vigorously. Yesterday we got a case. I said discharge immediately. That guy, as we speak, is suspended. We're following that case. That we will also report all the cases to the Nursing Council, and with the doctors reporting to the HPCSA, so that they do their own investigation, they charge them. There should be two processes happening simultaneously, ours and also the professional body. Yes, there's not enough accountability. That is true. I've noticed myself. I should think we need to build a team starting at a provincial level, ensuring that we put systems in place, the issues of accountability, the issues of consequence management. I remember, just to share with you, commissioners, when I was, when the MEC was announcing, it was clear to the labor unions that, no, we are not congratulating her. We are just noting, knowing very well how we work together. Building, training of youth, I've spoken to the issue of Nrio, it's involving. The issue of the expenditure by the municipality, really, municipalities is not under our control. But how we wish that they do have a budget where they're supposed to support us when during the time of, if maybe there was some kind of floods, they do have emergency budget that they can assist us. But we see to it by ourselves. The other thing that is frustrating are the issues of floods, our clinics are affected and hospitals. We go back from scratch, you go and do what you did again. Anesthetic doctors on site, that one Mr. Msibi will talk on it. Do we have trained anesthetics? Are we using any doctor to do anesthesia? Do we have who's responsible for that? We've got general and the other one, the other type. The theaters. Mr. Msibi will talk to issue of theaters. The building at Frey that hasn't been. Maybe others, Commissioner, we shall make a submission, a written report, but I don't want to take a bulk on our side to be a written report. I want Mr. Msibi to respond.
Ma'am Gede, before you hand to Mr. Msibi, if I could please ask just two questions which I forgot. The one was the issue of COVID. Many hospitals, and you yourself have also presented on the staff shortages created by health personnel who passed as a result of COVID. What is the province planning to do with those positions? Because it's been a while now, the population keeps growing, healthcare needs keeps growing. We have this gap caused by COVID. What is being planned to ensure that we fill this gap and fill it soon? One. Two, we heard from one of the hospitals that the province has 600 ambulances, 200 of which are functional. Lihlazo, for the province, the geographical scope of the province and the size of the population is very worrying when we said out of 600 ambulances, we only have 200 that are functional. And this is not just an issue for your department. We've seen the same issue at the South African Police Service. But what can be done, colleagues, to address the situation?
I was trying to look at the presentation we recently did with the Human Rights Commission, where we listed the number of ambulances that are grounded and the ambulances that are working. Ma'am, with the issue of posts, it is as really what I've mentioned. Once the post, once it takes for more than a year, or a year, the post not being filled, it is eaten by baseline. That post is no longer funded. So it is removed. It's not frozen, ma'am. It's abolished. Once it's unfunded for a period of 1 year, it gets abolished. It means for you to fund that post, you have to apply. And when they report Kengoku, the parcel system will report about the people that are currently in the system. And it will give you the vacancy rate according to this parcel system. It won't give you the vacancy rate according to your organogram. Did we get, ma'am? Because that post in the organogram is abolished. So it is not appearing in the parcel system. So there are two systems, an organogram and a parcel system. So in the back of your mind, it is as if you wiped it, that post is not there. So once that post is abolished, ma'am, it is regarded as not there. Yeah. You have to make other means to ensure you bring money. The issue, ma'am, is the budget. The department, it doesn't have enough budget. Though when you look, you will find that it's more than 80% COE, compensation of employees, versus the goods and services that you must render. You'll find that you have to render the goods and services by 20% budget, and then the 80% goes to COE. The COE that we keep on saying is shortage of staff. We've got shortage of staff. So it's a serious matter maybe that needs people that have got a kind of health economics to say how can we render cheaper services. Maybe we remove other things that are not important. We focus on the service delivery. Maybe we need to think. And if you look at Department of Health, have to do the issue to manage infrastructure. If infrastructure can move to other department called Department of Public Works, that would be better. But the delays are more. You find that as the Department of Health, you must be the Department of also infrastructure, whereas you have to ensure that you render quality health services. So there are things that are beyond our control that makes us at times you see us as failing, whereas we're also managing the other issues that have got nothing to do with the health of a well-being. But they have got something to do because the infrastructure must be of good quality. So we're frustrated by many things. The issue of medical legal, the department is bleeding a lot of budget. As a result, we are saying we need help. If Commission for Gender Equity can come with its legal and support me to investigate the monies we are bleeding, millions for cases that you never even maybe saw that person, that you are, we need a lot of help when it comes to medical legal. Every day I sleep with my heart bleeding, signing big monies to pay the court orders. I said, no, I really say we need to investigate more when it comes to that. Otherwise, the department is bankrupt. Thank you. Can you talk to?
Thank you very much, Eshoti, and good afternoon. I would talk to the issue of the decomplexing, the issue of orthopedics, the issue of theaters, the issue of the dermatology, and the difference between the OHSC and ideal tool. I would start with the issue of decomplexing. In the past, the hospital were complexed. That means that they were grouped together. They would take 2 or 3 hospitals, group them to be a complex. And in the process of complexing, the decision will be taken to say, this hospital will deal with mother and child, this one will deal with surgery. The hospitals will be divided according to their clinical domains amongst the patients. Now, later on, there was a new policy that was introduced by the National Department of Health, the policy that divides hospitals according to level of care. That level of care had a primary health care level. In the primary health care level is the clinics and the CHCs and the mobile and so on. Those are the services that are more nurse-driven. There was a district hospital which these clinics would feed and refer to them. And then there would be a regional hospital which would then take patients from district hospitals and some direct referrals from primary health care. And there would also be tertiary hospitals and central hospitals. Now, the division that was made according to this level of care, a district hospital would take any of the referrals that goes to, that gets referred by the clinic, which does not have complications. And if the patient is seen to be complicated, would then be referred to a regional hospital. But regional hospital will not have the entire package of service. It's mandatory that they need to have mother and child services, which is the obstetrics, gynecology, and pediatrics, and anesthesiology, and just general surgery, and to be able to deal with other issues. Then if you go to tertiary hospital, it has all the services that you get in regional hospital and the sub-specialties. Those sub-specialties would be, in a regional hospital you'll get pediatrics services. But if you've got complications like the cardiology within the pediatrics, it will then have to be referred to the next level of care. And then the central hospital would then have to do the super specialist conditions. However, during the process of decomplexing in the Eastern Cape, it was never effected fully because it needed a lot of infrastructure. I'll use an example in Nelson Mandela Bay and Buffalo City and Mthatha. According to the classification of the hospitals, Cecilia Makiwane has been classified as a regional hospital. Frere classified as a tertiary hospital. Within East London, there's no district hospital. Therefore, it says that these patients of level 1, the clinics refer directly to regional and sometimes straight to tertiary, which keeps those casualties full. You only get district hospitals when you go to Bisho. There's Bisho District Hospital that you'll get at Great District Hospital. But around the vicinity of East London and around the villages, there is no hospital that filters to say this patient is a level 1, level 2, level 3. They all go. Same with Nelson Mandela Bay. In Nelson Mandela Bay, you only have Doranginza and Livingston. Livingston, it's together with PE Provincial. PE Provincial is not a standalone. They are grouped together. You go to PE Provincial, they deal with issues of super specialties, your cardiology, your ear, nose, and throat, dermatology, and all those specific conditions. But another challenge is that the decision has been taken in the province, because in the past in PE, you used to have three of each, which was divided according to color. You would have 3 hospitals. PE provincial was for whites, Livingston for coloreds, Doranginza for blacks. You go to TB, you'll have Empilweni, which was for blacks. You'll have other hospitals. Everything was divided into color. Now, a decision was taken in the province and presented to the cabinet that in the Bay we've got a challenge. We need a district hospital. Decision was taken to have Empilweni to be changed because TB conditions are now managed in any normal hospital. To close down Empilweni and convert it to a district hospital. There is a process of consultation that is ongoing. There's a team that is working on the plan. But you still do get a lot of pushback from the community and from some of the clinicians, because Empilweni is in the township. And in terms of the referral system, everyone, whether you come from the fluent areas, if you're not that critical, you'll end up Empilweni Hospital. So we've got those challenges. However, we are working on the plan to decomplex PE. Because yes, PE is small, but the population is huge. There are a lot of private hospitals also around there because of the industry that is there. Those who can afford medical aids, they go to the private hospitals. But when the medical aids gets depleted, they are dumped back to the public service. Now, the challenge at Dora and at Livingston, we did engage the clinicians. I sat with them. There was a theater crisis. We've met with Prof. Mabenge, and we've met with Dr. Alexandris, who's the head of Department of Anesthesiology, and Professor Mda, who's the head of pediatrics. They said when we were discussing the issue of decomplexing, because it's a process that we want to fast track, there's a push from the Provincial Portfolio Committee. They indicated that, look, you can't separate the 3. We will move tertiary services, but would prefer them to move to PE provincial, because we'll move women's health tertiary services to PE provincial, and that is a high-risk clinic. We'll move to PE provincial, but you also need neonatology, ICU there, neonatology ward, pediatric ward. So we are in that process. They also indicated that if maternity unit moves there with tertiary services, you'll need a fully functional theater 24 hours. The theaters have been repaired at PE Provincial. The discussion is still ongoing about decomplexing fully. But decomplexing fully will still leave Doranginza with a huge backlog, because they will still have to deal with regional services, deal with district services. And there was one theater that the HVAC, we were told by the engineers that the HVAC has collapsed. HVAC, it's an air conditioner system that brings air in the theater, but it makes sure that the air that goes in, because theater needs to be very cold. It's air that is not going to introduce infection to the patient. So there was a budget made available to procure an HVAC for 6 million. They are in the process of revamping that theater so that to be able to deal with issues of obstetric emergency. Secondly, the issue of orthopedic, because we've got a backlog of orthopedic cases at Livingston. But that backlog is due to 2 issues. It's the space, because it's only one hospital that deals with the orthopedics. We've engaged the CEO and the management. We've identified the space at Doranginza. The anesthetist has been engaged. The orthopod has been engaged. There's a process that is ongoing to at least at first start Doranginza to deal at least with minor orthopedic injuries like your upper arm and all of those issues. We will still need equipment. When you introduce a theater in a hospital, you need a fully fledged C-arm. It's a C-arm bed that goes in the theater. It costs plus minus 5 or 6 million also. to be able to deal with the heavy cases of orthopedic. We've made a request to health technology to assist with the procurement of CM. However, in the absence of CM, the orthopods indicated that they will put a plan to ensure that they start to deal with minor orthopedic injuries. I'm presenting it as a plan because the negotiations are still ongoing within this. And also the issue of ICU. In the Bay, we've got shortage of ICU beds. We were assisted during COVID by the field hospital because there was procurement of ventilators and many other issues. But also, DORA will have to have its own adult ICU. Currently, it's only pediatric and neonatal ICUs in DORA. They will also have got to develop their own adult ICU, own pediatric ICU, and so on, and allow Livingston to have the same. So we're still working on the process of decomplexing. And what really complicates the process is that Sarah Patman, the CEO talked about Sarah Patman. Sarah Patman, it's a district in terms of square kilometers is the biggest, but it has got many small towns with small hospitals of about 50 beds, 40 beds, 60 beds, and all of those issues. So the entire district, it does not have a regional hospital. Those small hospitals, they all refer to Dorangans. But we have, it's a similar situation in Mthatha, but in Mthatha it's much better. The Mandela Academic Hospital and Mthatha Regional Hospital, we've had an engagement with them. We've established the clinical governance forum. There was a question that, what are you doing to ensure that services reach the people? We've established a clinical governance forum. It's clinicians who sit there, and they need to make their own decision, because in the past we had a long list of backlog and communities complaining. They came up with a plan and identified one district hospital for now, which is Matsigane Gazulu, to be able to outreach with orthopedic, anesthesiology, and other clinical condition. The process has started, and in Mthatha Regional Hospital, we're trying to build it to a level of being a regional hospital. The same exercise we took for Cecilia Makiwane. Cecilia Makiwane, it's about 90%. If we go to the list, it's more roughly at 90% to be a regional hospital. There are other services that will still have got to be introduced, but we are now trying to build Mthatha Regional. The nice thing in Mthatha is that the professors in Nelson Mandela Academic and the professors in Mthatha Regional, they all work together. And they are in agreement that if they don't work together, the workload all goes to Nelson Mandela Academic. And they are willing to outreach. Currently, the outreach is from orthopedics and general surgery and obstetrics. Those are the only 3 units that are outreaching. We've got crisis with water, especially at Bedford. Water crisis, we're told by the municipality that it's caused by load shedding. If there's load shedding, the pumps are not pumping water to the required areas. We've got standby tanks, but sometimes it takes 5 days before the water is pumped back into the system. We are told that the pressure needs to be above what before the tanks can start to pump water. So it's a problem that emanates from the municipality. Even though we've got emergency tanks in the hospital, we sometimes run to where the tanks can't pump because we're waiting for the water to be pumped back to the system. So Nelson Mandela, we don't have much of the crisis in terms of water. Municipality does reach out. There was also a question about the orthopedic, in finalizing the orthopedic issue. I've said there were 2 issues in terms of orthopedic. We've also had the backlog of the implants because companies were submitting invoice late for payment. Secondly, treasury regulations changed. In the past, clinicians will say, I want to use the J&J prosthetic care. I want to use this prosthetic care. However, Treasury regulations are saying it must go through a competitive bidding. And the one who quotes low needs to be utilized in all of those issues. So sometimes clinicians, they are used, if someone is used to use this particular prosthetic, irrespective of what the price is, they still want to use it. The system does allow in that case, but it's a lengthy process where a recommendation is detailed, why this prosthesis and so on. The pharmaceuticals were submitting invoices late for payment, and the reconciliation also delayed. There was a time where there was non-payment specifically from Livingston, not because there was no money on the system, but because the reconciliation was delaying and the hospital was querying some of the invoice. They would send an invoice 6 months later, and the hospital will say, but we are not in agreement with 1, 2, 3, 4. Then the companies decided to say, there's one account for Eastern Cape. We are not, irrespective whether Bedford or Nelson Mandela has paid, they stopped supplying the whole province. We then engaged them and agreed, and the payments started again to go through the system. But the hospitals have now started to make commitments. We said to the CEOs, they need to commit. If you know that you've got implants, commit roughly 5 million or 10 million, so that that money, it's untouchable, it's committed there. But also they need to push companies to submit invoices as per regulation within 30 days, of which there is that a delay. So the issue of the decomplexing, it's work in progress. Cecilia Makiwane, we managed to do it. We managed to do it. And in the past, we've had a problem with the specialists. We were running short of specialists, and we got a grant from the National Department of Health called National Tertiary Service Grant. It allows for the procurement of equipment and for the appointment of specialists, including nurses. Out of that grant, we managed to appoint specialists, especially in FRE, because there was a period where the clinical heads of department resigned. Majority of them, others went on pension. Majority of them, they were due for pension. They went on pension and position were never filled. But through the NTSG, we managed to replace the HOD of obstetrics, Dr. Silanto. We managed to replace the HOD of anesthesiology. We managed to replace the HOD of orthopedics. So we're trying to appoint it through the NTSG grant so that we are able to beef up the skills. Yes, there are still challenges, but where our challenges lie is the absence of district hospitals. Through the clinical governance forums, we are in agreement that the specialists need to outreach. We have not started at BCM, but we are in agreement that the outreach needs to start in 2 hospitals, Butterworth and Grey Hospital in Bishop, so that we are able to, because a lot of patients who end up in these bigger hospitals, you'll find that it's cases that could have been dealt with in smaller hospitals. But because of the lack of capacity, they all end up being referred to those hospitals. The issue of fraud, the copper and so on, the HOD did explain. It's very rife. However, we managed to get ESCOM to exclude hospitals in East London from load shedding. They are not part of load shedding anymore. And also hospitals in PE, they are not part of load shedding. We're still struggling in Mthatha. The municipality is really not in agreement, because they are saying there's infrastructural changes that needs to be done for that. But it's discussions that are ongoing. And in terms of dermatology, yes, I fully agree that we've had a problem in the past about dermatology. However, we have now, through the NTSG grant, appointed a dermatology in Queenstown. She has started, and she's also doing outreach to Alwal North. In fact, in Queenstown, we've appointed a dermatologist. We've appointed also an orthopod. It was an orthopod from Gauteng, started on the 1st of last month. Still, we need to beef up infrastructure for them. They've raised issues. The orthopod needs a CM, a specially dedicated theater for orthopedics. We've made requests to health technology to assist with the procurement of equipment. We've also put it in the business plan of NTSG, because NTSG, if you put it in a business plan, gets approved, it's a guarantee. You'll get the money to do all those issues. So we've put it in the business plan of NTSG to be able to do that. But the specialists are there. We've also started an ophthalmology clinic at Queenstown. There's a site that we are calling Sabona site, which is focusing on dealing with issues of eyes, the referrals and everything, and it has been beefed up with staff. So, Chair, we've had these problems and we are working on them. But the limiting factor now, it's the issue of budget cuts, like the HOT has presented in the slides, but we are able to leverage through the NTSG grant, but it's also up to a certain extent, and depending whether it has been approved by the National Treasury. There was also a question about the discrepancies between the OHSC and the IDEAL tool. If you look into the OHSC tool, it has got about 62 standards. Now, the criteria is that you develop a standard, you develop a measure system, how you will measure that standard, then you develop tools. Tools fit into the standards. So the IDEAL hospital framework, it's broad. It includes many things, even your HR issues, finance issues, and so on. But if you go to the OHSC tool, because it's a regulatory process, it focuses only on those standards that can be regulated. I think it's about 19 standards, and with different tools. Currently, we've got tools for district hospitals, tools for clinics, and tools for regional hospitals. Other tools, they are still working on them. Hence the discrepancy in terms of standards. But again, you'll get this discrepancy because the self-assessments, it's done by hospitals themselves. Sometimes they are more lenient than the actual inspectors who come from OHSC to do the assessment. Hence, there are those discrepancies and so on. But the tools are really not the same because the other one has got shorter standards and it's a regulated tool. The issue of the genetics, well, I would say that what brought the problem is the OSD. We do have specific dispensation. We do have neonatal trained nurses. In fact, about 2 weeks back, there was their seminar in PE at the Nelson Mandela University. Very few of them have remained in the system because when OSD was introduced, it didn't consider neonatal specialty as a specialist that deserves OSD. And no one is interested to specialize in it anymore because when it's OSD, the salary package is structured differently than the normal package. That is where the problem really started.
So nurses with neonatology are not considered for occupational specific dispensation. It's a money. It is a monetary terms. And so only those that were given a grandfather clause in the implementation of OSD, it was saying, where were you by the July 1997? Yes. So it's a serious issue that caused a lot of challenges for the department. We're now a neonatal nurse with experience. If she's trained on pediatric and then is considered in the pediatric ward as a specialist nurse, she won't want to go and work at the neonatal unit because there's no money paid.
Through you, Chair, that dispensation was actually meant to attract and retain those skills. So if this is a critical skill, which I expect it to be, has there been no representation? I mean, Donasa was part of that, and how the processes of that occupation-specific dispensation. Was there no representation to the DPSA on that matter?
We've made...
Maybe let's not open, you can
Okay.
just... Hanyani
Yes, we've made, after the neonatal nurses raised it, we approached the national. They said to us, there's a team which is re-looking into the OSD. But the agreement at the chamber was that it must not be people from the department. It must be done by independent expert who will then come and inform the department so that they can agree on the issue. So there's a review of OSD apparently, currently.
I just wanted to share with you the total number of vehicles, ambulances. You said, ma'am, this presentation we did to the Human Rights Commission, the total number of ambulances is 444 in the Eastern Cape. Operational are 254. All others are for repair, went for repairs. You can imagine, ma'am, in Alfred, they're having 26. I can share the slide, I can share the report, ma'am, with you for the sake of the slide. Amatole having 46, so vast, having Buffalo City 20 ambulances, and then Chris Hani 36, Chokabi 20, Nelson Mandela Bay 36, OR Tambo 45, and Sarah Patman 25, meaning that we've got only 254 ambulances. It's because it's the system that the Department of Transport is dealing with, because if the vehicle is taken to the merchant, it's them that must approve it to be repaired. Tina Single Health, we just phone them, they take it, they take to their merchants, they stay there forever, ma'am. Bungaya FVW, xa go to Kuzobona, you'll find ambulances there, you go to other merchants around. And then in the deep rural areas, you find they have to take them to the merchants, maybe in Mtata, you find the system is not helping the department to have full functional ambulances on the road as 444 all the time. It's not really user friendly. Do you have something to say with the litigations?
Yes, please be succinct. Thank you, Mama Kete. Thank you, Tatum Sipi.
Thank you, commissioners, HOD, and the colleagues. Mine is going to be quick because specifically it's going to be on the question on the medical legal. I believe the question was, what is it that the department is doing in order to deal with it? And also I believe on one of the commissioners did actually pose a question as to the patient information that is not properly recorded and kept. So we agree with that observation, and also we have identified also the challenges that it brings about with regard to the use of medical legal. Patient information is a challenge. As such, it leads to two primary challenges for the department. That is, it makes the department to be unable to defend these medical legal cases. Because when you look closely, you will discover that the litigant, that is the patient, does have these documents. And as a department, you do not have these patient information which you ought to have had. But of course, we'll go later as to what is it that we have identified as a trend. Now, secondly, another quite chunk of money goes out through the prior applications. That is for the very same clinical records, which upon request, we were unable to furnish the requester because we cannot actually find them. But surprisingly, when the litigation proceeds, then the patient is in possession of the very same medical records that he requested, but we were unable to furnish. But of course, just to round off this issue, we discovered that also as officials, we do participate at this and assisting now these attorneys in claiming, because there's a growing evidence that we do provide them with this information. Hence, as legal team, we do not have anything to defend with when the litigation actually comes. So the question now is, what is it that you are doing with that as a Department of Health? We are moving to digitalization, wherein now we make sure that even at a stage of receiving the patient, then we actually record this information now in the system as opposed to the documents. Then there's a system that we call is HMS2 that has been introduced. However, it has not spread throughout the Eastern Cape, but what we have done now as a strategy is to target all these highly litigated facilities to introduce it there. I think we've got plus or minus 8 of them, then 28, sorry. Then this particular system has been introduced there. Trainings are ongoing. That's one thing. And also there is a training now on per year application as to how to handle these requests. So we've got a per year office that we've since established that is going through. I believe last week was in Nelson Mandela Bay, that other week was in Alfred Nzo. So the process is an ongoing. Now, there is also an introduction of the interns specifically for medical legal to assist in the process, especially when it comes to per year applications, because they come huge applications. And also, I believe in the presentation, the issue of ICT has been mentioned so many times. That's another challenge. As such, you get a lot of escalation to the office of the OTP as to say that as a requester, I requested this information, but I haven't had any response. So we do have a challenge of the ICT, wherein our buyer office does not really receive this application as in when they are actually being made. So we end up now passing the time of the appeal to the extent that there's a notice of motion now wherein we need to actually go and defend. So sometimes we've got these matters that we get compelled to release, not because we're not in possession of these clinical records, but we delayed in the process of receiving the request itself due to the ICT challenges. However, as my colleague has actually alluded to, we do work with ICT to try and improve their system so that we get these requests and respond on them as in when we get to receive them. On those intents, there are also those that are for ICT. The idea is that we need to make sure that we capture these patient information quicker enough to make sure that at least there is no paper-based of such information. So, and also the idea is that these should not rotate for purposes of continuity, that they must remain on the medical legal offices to deal with this specifically. Also, we have identified that whether we like it or not, the ease of medical legal, when it comes to legal advisors, is at the tail end. So we identify the fact that no matter how many legal advisors we bring to the department, but they are not there to stop the medical legal, because we've identified that there are those that are genuine, as to say that there was indeed a medical practice. There are those that are fraud. Of course, for those that are fraudulent, like duplication, claim that a birth happened in these facilities, but no record of such, those one we identify them and refer them to the provincial treasury. We refer them to the SIU for further investigation, and there is a report to that effect. Now, what do we do with this genuine one? That is coming now to the question as to how do you deal with this medical legal. We have since came up with a strategy now as to say that for each and every court order that we have received that seeks to say that Department of Health must pay because you have caused this CP, then we make sure that we supply or furnish that court order to clinical clinical manager as to say that kindly investigate as to whether what was the cause of this incident. Was it a systematic issue wherein there are no machines to monitor the heartbeat of a mother and a child during that time of giving birth, or there was a medical practitioner who was negligent in him or her carrying out his duties? So that is informed by the ease of consequence management, so that we are able to, because when is an attorney that is fraudulently claiming, at least we refer that particular person to the law society and all of that. But in our case, we have not heard a case wherein, if there is a medical malpractice, therefore we report the doctor where we're supposed to be reporting the doctor to. So what I'm trying to say is that we are moving with speed, and also even establishing medical legal teams that consists of legal advisors and the clinical staff. Also, that particular team is led by the senior counsel, Dodson, who is assisting us in the Noila matter that I believe we are all about. But we should have had these trainings, I think, in October, but the fact that he keeps on acting, that is going to the bench in the Concord, we have not managed to hold those particular trainings. But he committed that at least in the the second week of February, we might be able to have that. So this is what we are currently doing in trying to deal with the ease of medical legal. But due to time, I'll stop there. Then I'll take whatever question that emanates from my presentation. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. All other questions can also be posted through me to the department for a written response. In terms of our colleagues, if your question ventures 1 minute, past 1 minute, I'm going to suppress you, because we need to get both questions and responses. Dr. Matotoka, any questions? Can I have a show of hands? I will take 3 questions. It will be Mr. Shuping, Ms. Matthews, and Ms. Wakasha. CEO, 1 minute, please.
Rush, because I have many, Chairperson. The issue of the medical legal claims, you had, in terms of the AG's report, the National Department had about 77 billion, and the Eastern Cape had 30 billion claims, according to the AG's report. Nationally, there were 15,148 claims, and Eastern Cape was the highest with 4,443 claims. I understand in terms of procedure to say this is what you're going to do, but the underlying factor here, colleagues, is there is human rights violation. And I'm not hearing you in terms of that. I hear about consequence management. But the relief and the necessary measures in place to make sure that there is no repetition of that. I'm interested to hear about that, because at the center of it all, we must not forget about those that experience that violation from the members. Chairperson, I'm worried because I'm having so many questions. You have committed, according to the health ombudsman, you have committed to take disciplinary processes, because you are saying where you find medical negligence, you take disciplinary action and to make sure that there's consequence management. But the health ombudsman, in one of the matters, particularly the Motherwell Null Clinic, where 2 of your nurses said they don't touch rape victims because they don't want to tamper with evidence. The health ombudsman said you need to take disciplinary processes. You undertook, but up until late, you have not done so. How long has it taken for you to take disciplinary processes? So it worries me on one hand when you say we are doing that, but the health ombudsman says otherwise. And that's the next one. So I'll quickly jump to Chairperson, I'll put them in writing because there are just too many. Yes, yeah.
Thank you, Chair. I'm glad the department is having its legal personnel today, because in fact from the information that has been presented, you indicated that the department is actually unable to defend. Now it's defend due to not having records. And that is in itself is questionable, because when at the disclosure stage, you'll definitely have an opportunity to receive the records at the end of the day. And then you should be in a position then to then defend from the records that would have been stolen or lost from that angle. Secondly, you're vocal regarding even reporting the lawyers to the Law Society. But how many doctors have been dismissed or terminated actually from the department regarding their professional conduct? That should be also addressed, because accountability, that is what we mean when we say accountability. That money could be recovered so that it can be returned to the fiscus. Because now the department, we will end up at the stage where 100% of the budget of the department has to compensate for medical negligence. And that is what we are not getting to say, what will the department do to litigate and ensure that it recovers that through these lawyers. It dismisses those doctors who are actually misconducting and not doing their work. And that is what we intend to hear from the department. But because of time, unfortunately, we'll send the rest in writing. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Has my minute started? Has it started? Okay. My question is also around the medico-legal aspect. In your annual report, you reported that there are 3 hospitals, Freya, Cecilia Makuana, no, 4, Dora and Livingston, which now have legal departments. I just want to know, what was the criteria used by the department to make that determination that those particular hospitals would have legal departments? Okay, and then my second question. Oh, my second question is still my first question on the podium. Could you please explain the difference between the OHS standard and the ideal hospital framework? Because from presentations, it seems that the hospitals don't take the ideal hospital model framework seriously in terms of how they should be implementing it and what the objective is. So I just need to understand the difference, because they seem to place emphasis on the second one.
A beautiful example of a focused question.
The legal rep made a submission that they are taking consequence management in terms of their medical negligence. But there's case law that has shown that the department in itself prolongs litigation, and they end up paying more money because of interest and the exuberant legal fees based on wasted costs. So how are you handling that as a department in itself? How are you correcting yourself and better managing your own litigation? Secondly, in terms of, just to add on to what the HOD asked for records, it's a statutory obligation for a health institution to store records. So what consequence management have you employed in situations where you found in litigation that records were stolen or missing, because that liability at the end of the day becomes of the department, which then boils down again to liability of monetary value?
Thank you, Chair. I wouldn't sleep, Chair, without asking this one. I was concerned by the submission of the legal representation that only when the court order is granted, then the department takes the matter for investigation. That is too late. When the court order is already granted, it's too late. This matter should be investigated at the stage when the complaint is registered. You saw from the presentation there about 10 plus minus 10 from the entity that appeared today. 10 complaints. I highlighted that they were not necessarily addressed satisfactorily. And those clients wouldn't have even went to the attorneys from the first stage. Now, why would the department take only steps upon receiving a judgment. That is futile. In fact, it's even waste of resources. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chopin. 1 minute, Ms. Sonjeti.
Yes, my question is regarding the department's stance with regards to sexual harassment policies. Most of the hospital have reported that they have no incidences regarding sexual harassment. However, my colleague, when she went for an inspection, she noted that a doctor at St. Elizabeth was currently appearing in court for allegedly raping 3 patients. We've also noted a number of cases where there's one in Taylor Bequest where a nurse allegedly raped a patient, and there's one in Mount Elef where a doctor allegedly raped a patient, and there's still no registers regarding training of sexual harassment. So what is the department doing with regards to that? Thank you.
3 nursing students at St. Elizabeth were raped. Thank you very much. I'll give to our CEO.
I was burning. Yes. I'm interested to know from the department the complaints that you have received from hospitals emanating from the maternity wards. What is the action plan from that? Because I hear your plans, I hear the intentions, but thus far, there are a number of issues that are coming out from just the CEO's various presentations coming out. What are you doing with that? Secondly, the unsafe miscarriages that are happening in various hospitals. Your policy is very much clear that the handling of unsafe miscarriages should not happen without the appropriate operative facilities around that, particularly at a community level and at district hospitals. I just want to check practically, have we been able to capacitate the proper referral systems at a community level or a district hospital so that they do not assist with the unsafe miscarriages there? Because that is also a sexual reproductive issue. We have had a number of CEOs that are coming here. Their language is very problematic to the commission. I wanted to know from yourself, HOD, have you undertaken a process where your CEOs can go through a gender-sensitive training? Their language was very disturbing to the commission. We've heard also about a radiographer who committed sexual harassment over a patient. It says to us there's that failure by the department to discharge the duty of care. What are the plans around that? And as you're going to be appearing next time, I am not pleased with the presentation thus far, I must admit, because I'm hearing about what you intend to do, what we will ensure, what we will do. We need to see tangible plans before us with clear time frames, because we need to hold you accountable on those time frames. Because if we are saying we are going to ensure, this is 2023, we are going to 2024, we shouldn't be ensuring at this point. It should be done. It should be done, it should be done, it should be done, because the people in the Eastern Cape, they definitely need services. They definitely need their rights to be protected. You cannot go into healthcare service and you'll be subjected to harassment. It cannot be. When it comes to termination of pregnancies, if they are not being afforded at a district level, then that referral system, we need to be told it is effective and how effective it is. What are the complaints? In the maternity wards, a lot of issues have been reported. Theft, a lot of temperatures that are not consistent in the maternity wards. What are we doing about that? So all these plans that I'm hearing you, it's like you are there, but you're not understanding the issues. They don't talk to the issues that your own CEOs presented before us. So it becomes important when the issue that is raised by the commissioner here, talk about the synergy, because the synergy would reflect those practical issues that we have had since the commencements of this hearing. But I hear different plans, which where I'm sitting, I am not persuaded that there's that deliberate commitment to protect the rights of pregnant women and men generally in the Eastern Cape by the department. Thank you.
Thank you so much, CEO. And last but not least,
Thank you. My question is based with the quality assurance officer. I'm not pleased with how the work is done in the hospital. I'll start with St. Elizabeth. St. Elizabeth has recorded a number of deaths of neonates. I'll start with 2021, 2022. They've recorded 57 deaths. In 2023, it was 51 deaths. In 2022, it was 51. 2023, it was 57. Now, when it comes to stillbirths, it was 110. With 2022, it was 118. In 2023, it was 678. And I've heard nothing from the quality assurance officer what has been done. What is more shocking is that when we came to the hospital, their research trolley for neonates was not fully stocked. What have you done, quality assurance officer? I go to Doranginza. Doranginza, the temperature is inconsistent. Babies are dying. There's bacteria infection. What are you doing as the hospital? Because it leads to what? Medical legal claims that are happening within the hospital. What are you doing, quality assurance officer? Thank you.
Colleagues, it is our agreement that in the interest of time, everything else will be posted as written responses through me and the CEO to the Eastern Cape Department of Health. I'm going to ask the Eastern Cape Department of Health to also be succinct in their responses. What is not available or to answer on in this moment will be formally written to us as a response to the questions that we posed. Thank you very much, colleagues.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you to the legal team. Mine is to say maybe with the other issues, how can I put it? Can we submit a return? Because I have to investigate other things. Ne? I'm 2 months in the position from the 2nd of October. Maybe other things I'm hearing for the first time, but they are very serious. They need a serious follow-up to have our team go and investigate and submit the report. And then we follow the consequence management. Coming to the latest case, yesterday's the Ombudsman Health, I noticed when I came that the information was needed that have you charged the people? We made charges to them, they were charged. The other one was charged already. The other one, we have to submit a return charge and serve her at home because she's been sick since the incident, the other nurse. There is consequence management happening, maybe in my previous life, where we would dismiss a nurse. We dismissed a nurse that denied the services to a COVID-19 patient because the COVID, they were saying, I don't have enough protective clothing. But they were trained on barrier nursing. We dismissed the nurse. We dismissed a matron that insulted a male nurse. I won't mention any other things. Consequence management is happening, maybe I would say in some corners. Maybe we need, when we talk, to have examples and proof to say, here is a consequence management for this. With the department, when it comes to sexual harassment, I know it does have a committee, a sexual harassment committee, that is following all the sexual harassment cases. But now, we need to get all these cases. I will sit with Mr. Msibi, we follow up. I shared with you a recent case of last night where we I said it must be charged, the nurse must be charged, is on, what do we call it, suspended or suspension, reported to nursing council. Police came. We called police to come and arrest the nurse because the patient reported, a mental health patient reported he touched me. So I mean to say, we're gonna make a very strict follow-up now on cases. When you left CO, I made mention that the nurses are charged, those nurses. I was sharing the fact that the issue of the sexual harassment committee, it is there. All these cases, maybe others were hearing for the first time. We shall make a follow-up. I wish to get that so that anyone that is is sexual harassing a patient need not to be in the system of the Department of Health. We have to report to the professional body too, and to open a case with the police. Yesterday I told the CEO, go and open the case with the police. They must come and apprehend this person, and was immediately suspended from work. By the time he was reporting to the labor union, telling that I've agreed that I've done this, they were asking, why did you tell the truth? How are we going to help you now? Because you've already returned the statement, as if he must tell the lies that the patient can report I'm mentally sound, though I'm in a mental institution, that you touched me. So when I followed out, I followed that this same person did the same somewhere in the district where I used to work. But he ran and resigned. Once they resign, it's difficult for us to follow. It is only the police that would follow that. But now there is a law that says, even if you are retired, we must follow up with you if you left a case with the department. So I wish that we take all these cases, we shall follow up and make a follow-up with them, and we do have a fraud unit and a unit to investigate all these cases that are happening in our institutions. The maternity wards, can we make a written submission to them so that we investigate more and get information and information by the quality assurance unit, and then we report on those things. Unsafe miscarriages. Yes, there are illegal abortions happening out there, and then the patient would come as incomplete abortion. Then for the incomplete abortion at a district hospital, really they need to refer to the higher level. I should think we need to strengthen our policy on that one. What is happening, they get, I should think it's a societal issue also, these illegal abortion centers where they give them the misoprostol. There's a very expensive tablet that is given to women so that they can release the afterbirths or after delivery. So it is stolen, it is sold to these private or illegal abortion centers. You find patients come with a misoprostol already given, bleeding, in a very bad state. And then I should think the law enforcement, the municipal bylaws should be also be strengthened, because you can't have even a poster on the wall on the municipal streets that says safe abortion, penal erection, vaginal reduction, and then it is quiet. We always complain. We do our outreach when we do campaigns by our health promotion. The municipality, we say, let us come together, assist us in stopping these illegal abortion units. So the issue of the incomplete abortion from the illegal street or street abortion, illegal abortion or street abortion, we need to talk to. Coming to as medical legal claims, these are all cases. You find the child is 21 years old now. The records are nowhere to be found at times. Or at times we've noticed that there's collusion of our staff stealing documents and selling to the lawyers. That one has been noticed. A follow-up is being done with those people that have done that, the nurses that have done that. As a result, we are saying, for any litigious case, litigious incident, as a doctor must, they know the clinical manager. They took those files to be under lock and key. We are saying now, let us ensure that we issue a circular that says, for any case, it needs to be reported immediately. I agree with you, when you say that why do we know the case when it is having a court order now for us to pay? why hasn't been reported and were able to defend the case? At times, really, the documents are stolen, and the PAIA also, as he was mentioning, they would request for document, knowing well that the document is with them. And once we delay not responding, they even confiscate our furniture and our cars because we're not responding to the PAIA, to the request for information. It's a serious thing. Training of hospital COs, and I even requested that, how about having officers trained as paralegal officers in the hospitals so that they specifically look at these requests for information. Because once they request for information, definitely sure there's something about that file. So we are saying the clinical managers, once a file is a suspected litigious case, keep it, start investigating, start reporting to the legal unit provincially so that you don't wait until the lawyer comes. The quality assurance must start redressing the family so that at least even if we are litigated, at least you would have addressed did the redress to the family. We had some other cases that we managed to deal with where a nurse gave a wrong injection, a patient died in the ward. In that district hospital, we managed to say to the family, can we do the funeral? We did the funeral for the family. I was still at the district manager then. And then they wrote down that we are closing now the case because you buried our person. The other one was a CP case. And we said, what do you want? What can we do for you? She said, can you please go and train me as a pharmacy assistant? I said, we've got nothing to lose. Let's train her as a pharmacy assistant. And now he's working, and then the case was closed. The other one was banned in the hospital, in the maternity waiting home. The community was rebelling. I asked, what can we do? The community said to us, the district manager, appoint her mother, as a cleaner, because this lady was going to, the case was closed, the mother was appointed as a cleaner. Maybe we need to be trained in how to manage and how to mediate
Jody, I'm
these
going
cases.
to stop you. You're paining us, and I see the acting CEO is. I'm not going to allow you, sir, to answer, because we have been sitting here with the hospitals, and now you are telling us history. We are interested in your 2 months to see a change, HOT. Can we have the everything, your presentation and all the answers you have not answered, and safety of records? We need to see that, how the records are kept. We cannot be saying people must be losing records. And I think I would like to give over to the acting CEO or to the HOT legal CEO. I need your guidance. We are closing. Yes, way forward and everything. Who?
All right, thank you so much, Chairperson. Allow me, as we are closing, to quote the judgment in the Subramani versus the Minister of Health, when they stated that you need to use your limited resources to have a progressive realization of access to health care. And in doing so, you need to have a holistic approach that benefits everyone, not necessarily individuals. Because with the current approach with the medical legal claims, you run the risk of dealing with individual reliefs rather than deal with the systemic failure of the healthcare system in the Eastern Cape. Yours is to have that holistic approach where you can address the system failure and then come up with clear action plans to address those gaps. Now, in terms of this, we are going to draft a report that details all the findings and recommendations from this city. However, today or tomorrow, you should anticipate a correspondence from the legal team that outlines further particulars that are requested from yourself. I will say to you, HOD, because I was not in, please respond in time. I have views that I was suppressed to say because I did not have time. But if we are going to respect Chapter 9 institutions, the first thing is to respect the correspondence where you are requested to submit in time. And you have the legal services. Legal services knows very well the implications of non-cooperation with Chapter 9 institutions. So we will write that correspondence for you to submit further particulars. Upon submitting those further particulars, we will compile a final report, which we will tabulate, and I think on the 31st of March 2024 before Parliament. You should anticipate that after the report is lodged in Parliament, we will be called in as the CGE to come and present this report before the Portfolio Committee. You will be engaged further in the new financial year to provide a progress regarding some of the recommendations that will have been delineated in our report. Yours, HOD, and the team, is to start immediately. There are issues that we have raised here that are low-hanging fruits that you can immediately start to engage your CEOs and the maternity wards and understand what is the problem and compile a comprehensive report, but not just a report, and an action plan that we can hold you accountable for. Regularly provide feedback so that in the next financial year, we will have moved from point A to point B in terms of this progress on our side. So as the CGE, we just want to thank you for coming to the hearing under the circumstances, my HOD. But thank you nonetheless for making a point that you do pitch, because this is a legal hearing, and having honored this, it essentially means you have managed not to get a fine or imprisonment, which was not necessary, because ours is to promote accountability. We want to get to the point where issues of gender equality, even in maternity wards in hospitals, are really prioritized. It should not be a process where we institute criminal charges against HODs or CEOs. Yours is to cooperate so that the constituencies that we want to address, they benefit from the substantive rights that are guaranteed within the Constitution. Thank you, Chairperson. Yes, also just in the interim, we request your presentation. We want to just go through it. Just email it to, is it Sonjitka? Yes, just email it to Ms. Sonjitka so that at least we can have that. I think for this then brings us to the end of the proceedings. Thank you, Chair.